Chapter 419. Agalo Prison City was a giant fortress made of steel. It was located on the Agalo Alliance Garrison satellite, one of the 7 satellite planets of the New Phylon Alliance's main planet. It was used to imprison political criminals, war criminals, traitors, and other important criminals of the Alliance. Sylvia's father, Langley, was locked up inside. The New Phylon Alliance was a small civilization alliance in the Rain Star system of the Colton Star Cluster in the Shattered Star Ring. There were countless civilizations in the galaxy, and there were countless political alliances like this. Some civilizations had formed alliances to help each other. Normally, civilization alliances were regional. Most of them were formed when the civilizations in a certain region decided to develop together and rule together. The New Phylon Alliance had 8 members, all of whom were small galactic civilizations between the star system level and the planet level. These civilizations were all once countries on the same planet, and their mother planet was called Phylon. After Planet Phylon's technology entered the galaxy, the countries could not come to an agreement, so they decided to split up. There were so many resources in the universe waiting to be developed, and there was no need to stick to a single tree. Therefore, the strongest countries stayed on their mother planet, and the other countries took immigrant spaceships and migrated to other planets. In the end, they all developed and became different civilizations. Fundamentally speaking, these civilizations had the same root, and their technology and culture were closely connected. Therefore, after many years of splitting up, they finally united again and formed the New Phylon Alliance. This was the strongest organization in the Rain Star system. In his previous life, this kind of situation had been discussed on the forums. Earth could not be unified, so maybe it was not a bad idea to use this kind of civilization. Of course, this was more ideal. The problem of limited resources had always been very complicated, and it was still a problem whether Earth could develop to the galaxy level. Now, the Han technician did not need to worry about this problem anymore. Langley used to be a high-ranking military officer of a country, a warlord who could dominate an area. He had a good life, and his salary was not low. However, one day, he used his influence to incite the army and secretly colluded with many people to gather a group of rebels, wanting to form a country. He called it an uprising, but in reality, he committed crimes and built his stronghold into an impregnable fortress. He fought with his old boss for many years, and in the end, he was beaten until he could not breathe. The Black Star Mercenary was one of these mercenaries, and they accepted the Purple Gold Army's invitation. A total of 7 mercenary groups worked together to complete this mission. At this time, Han Xiao was piloting the Rainbow Conch and arrived at the territory of the New Phylon Alliance. He had reported in advance, and the Alliance's Affairs Department welcomed the mercenaries who had worked with them before and agreed to his request to visit the prisoners. The spaceship landed at the Agalo Alliance Garrison's satellite port, and they took the ground vehicle to Prison City. Han Xiao only brought a few people on this trip: Aroshia, the tied-up Sylvia, and a few players including Porkbun. The others were waiting on the spaceship. This time, he only wanted to let Sylvia see her father, so there was no need to make a big fuss. Ew, why are you doing this? In the hovering tank that was steadily moving forward, Sylvia had a complicated expression. When the assassination failed a few days ago, she thought that she was dead for sure. She did not expect that not only did Han Xiao not kill her, he even brought her to see her father. During the few moments when she was awake, she wondered if she was dreaming. Without the Alliance's permission, she would not be able to enter the heavily guarded Agalo Prison City. She thought that she would never have the chance to see her father. Sylvia did not understand why Han Xiao would help her. I want you to know that your hatred is meaningless and that it is not worth it to die for it. At the same time, I want to let your father know about your death. I want to see his expression for killing his own daughter because of a lie. I love to kill people. Han Xiao shrugged. He was too lazy to look at Sylvia's angry expression and open the interface. After sparing Sylvia's life, a new mission was triggered. The requirement was to let Sylvia see the so-called truth. The reward was still passable, 54 EXP. Furthermore, there was no need to investigate the truth. He could just ask her father directly. In the background of the character in his previous life, Sylvia's father was blown to pieces by the group of mercenaries who did not hold back. Now, he was captured alive by Han Xiao. Because the reward for capturing him alive was higher, he let Langley live, which made things more convenient. Agalo Prison City was very majestic. There were many guards and many snipers and machine gunners were stationed at the top. The searchlights dyed the night sky as bright as day. They successfully entered the prison, and a warden came to welcome them. Blackstar, I've heard a lot about you. This warden had a beard and a forthright personality. He shook hands with Han Xiao and laughed enthusiastically. My friend Barney is serving in the 37th Field Army. He once participated in the annihilation of Langley's stronghold and fought side by side with the mercenaries. He has seen how powerful you are and often talks about you to me. I've been bored in this lifeless prison city every day, and I've finally met someone as famous as you. You flatter me. Han Xiao maintained a reserved smile and exchanged a few words with ease. He then followed the warden forward. Soon, they stopped in front of the metal door of a single cell. There was only one door left. Sylvia was excited and wanted to rush in to see her father. However, Han Xiao grabbed her shoulder and stopped her from moving. Warden, I want to meet Langley alone first. No problem. The warden nodded. What do you want to do to my father? Sylvia was like a kitten with its hair standing on end. Her eyes were burning with flames as she bit Han Xiao's palm. However, she could not hurt Han Xiao. Instead, she was shocked until her head was dizzy. A 13 reflected damage appeared on top of her head, and the word immune appeared on Han Xiao's body. What do I want to do to him? Good question. I want him to be less dignified when he sees you. It's best if he's missing an eye or an ear. Han Xiao curled his lips and walked into the cell alone. The metal door closed behind him, cutting off Sylvia's roar. The light in the room was dim. The cage was heated by electricity and divided into two areas. Inside the cage was the cell. Langley leaned against the black wall that was covered in moss and dirt. His face was covered in stubble, and his eyes were lifeless. He looked much older and more dispirited. Hearing the noise, Langley thought it was the guard. He subconsciously turned around, only to see the nightmare that was engraved in his heart. His expression quickly turned into horror as he jumped up. It's you. Why are you here? Are you afraid of me? Han Xiao was expressionless as he walked to the front of the cage. Shouldn't you be thanking me? If it were any other mercenary, it would be difficult for them to pick up your corpse. Would you still be standing here like this? Although they were separated by the cage, Langley did not feel safe at all. He hurried to back off, and his back hit the wall. His throat moved, and he swallowed nervously. The pain in his knees was getting more and more intense. He still remembered the situation at that time. A group of armored mercenaries descended from the sky and slaughtered their way into his territory, cleaning up his army like cutting vegetables. The mercenary in front of him waved his hand and summoned hundreds of machine cannons. At least 1,000 people died in his hands. He killed his way to him and shot through his knees twice. The pain was so excruciating that he almost suffocated. Until now, Langley could only stand up with the simple nerve braces that had been implanted into his knees. Let's cut the crap. I'm here to find you, Han Xiao said casually. Your daughter, Sylvia. I don't know what lies you told her, but she believed your bullshit and thought that you were a great man who liberated the people. She wanted to avenge you and tried to assassinate me. What? Langley's expression changed drastically. He pounced in front of the railing and grabbed onto the heated railing with all his might. He did not care that his palm was burned by the high temperature and gave off a burnt smell. He was so close to Han Xiao's face that his face was filled with anxiety and anger. What did you do to her? What else? Han Xiao made a knife-wielding gesture with his hand. I killed her, of course. I shot her through her chin and opened a hole in the back of her head. Her brain and blood sprayed all over the wall. One of my subordinates thought that she was pretty and was going to peel her face off and use it as a specimen. Langley almost fainted. His daughter was all that kept him alive. His expression became twisted. Anger, regret, heartache, despair, hatred, and other emotions flashed across his face. He let out a howl like a dying beast and roared crazily. Even his fear of Han Xiao was forgotten. I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Han Xiao calmly looked at the enraged Langley. When his voice was hoarse from all the shouting and he could only stare at Han Xiao while breathing heavily, Han Xiao slowly said, "All right, enough joking. Your daughter is just outside the door. I've caught her. This time, I brought her here to see you." Langley was stunned and could not react in time. His emotions fluctuated greatly, and he felt like he was about to collapse. He sat on the ground with a plop, and his trembling finger pointed at Han Xiao, but he could not say anything. Han Xiao squatted down and looked into Langley's eyes. "You're a smart man. It's up to you whether I kill your daughter or not." Langley's expression changed a lot. He lowered his head and fell silent. "Speak. I don't have time to wait for you to consider." Han Xiao knocked on the cage impatiently. "I'm not a good person, but you're worse than me." Langley's eyes were complicated as he said hoarsely, "What I'll do is tell her everything. I've been a high-level spy planted by another force since the beginning. I'm under their control. Everything I've done is to overthrow the order of the new Phylon Alliance. I'll let her know that I've been lying to her. I'm not the kind of person she thinks I am at all. I'm just a despicable traitor. I'm a villain who destroyed thousands of families for my own selfishness. I'll destroy my image in her heart and make her completely disappointed in me, her father. Do as you deem fit." Han Xiao stood up. Langley looked up at Han Xiao. "Will you let my daughter go if I do that?" Han Xiao did not bother to answer. He turned around and walked to the door, leaving behind a sentence. "In short, if the result of the conversation is not to my liking, I'll fulfill what I said just now. I'll only give you this one chance." He opened the door and left the cell. The first thing he saw was Sylvia anxiously glaring at him, but her eyes could not help but glance at the gap of the door. "Go in. You only have 10 minutes." Han Xiao waved his hand and asked Aroshia to let go of Sylvia. Sylvia rushed into the cell impatiently, eager to see her father. After closing the door, the jailer pulled up the surveillance video and monitored the conversation between Sylvia and Langley outside the door. He could clearly see the changes in Sylvia's expression. From the anxiety at the beginning, it gradually turned into shock, and then a fierce argument. Even through the thick iron door, he could vaguely hear Sylvia's uncontrollable roar. In the end, tears burst out of her eyes. 10 minutes are up. The jailer opened the door and brought Sylvia out. She was in a daze. Her eyes were dull, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She had lost all her fighting spirit. She was lifeless like a walking corpse. The vitality from 10 minutes ago no longer existed. It was as if the belief she had always held on to had collapsed. Just now, she realized that the radiance of her father in her heart was actually built on lies. She had been deceived for more than 10 years. He was not a great person. Everything he did was despicable. He deserved to end up like this. Even if the mercenaries did not interfere, he would have been wiped out by the army sooner or later. If it were not for Black Star, her father might not even have survived. The world seemed to have been turned upside down. The memories of her childhood that were filled with warm sunshine seemed to have changed. Everything was a lie. Her heart felt like it had been shot into a sieve by 1,000 bullets. She could not digest such information in a short period of time. Her vision seemed to be spinning. All the sounds became distant and could not be heard clearly. It was as if she was isolated from the world. Plop! Sylvia fell to the ground and fainted. Through the gap of the slowly closing door, Han Xiao took one last look at Langley. The leader of the rebel army seemed to have aged dozens of years, but his face was very calm. There was even a trace of relief. Shaking his head, Han Xiao grabbed Sylvia's back collar and carried the little kid on his shoulder like a sack. He curled his lips. Chapter 420. The group came to the resting room, and the head guard left after saying a few words. Only Han Xiao and a few others stayed in the room. The mission is done. Next, it's time to deal with her. Han Xiao threw Sylvia on the chair and looked at the unconscious girl with a thoughtful expression. I'll let Sylvia know about her father's deeds. Based on her experience in the previous life, she should change, but I can't say for sure. First, Sylvia only learned the truth after many years of fighting. At that age, she was more mature and adaptable. Now, she's still a child, so she might still hate me or run away temporarily. Second, Langley died long ago in the previous life, but he's still alive now. I can't say for sure how it will affect her, but there's a high chance that it will be beneficial. After thinking about it, Han Xiao decided to wait and see Sylvia's reaction before making a decision. From his perspective, keeping Sylvia would naturally create more value. There is no way he would let go of a resource that had been delivered to his door. He even thought about looking through the employment resume again to see if there were any more opportunities like this waiting for the opportunity to come. Han Xiao was about to reach out and slap Sylvia awake when he suddenly remembered that Pork Bun was beside him, so he didn't do it. He took 2 steps back and turned to Erosia. "Wake her up." Erosia walked forward and slapped Sylvia's face. Sylvia slowly woke up. "My face is so numb." Sylvia opened her eyes and felt that her face was numb and painful. She looked around blankly and saw Han Xiao. She was about to be angry, but she suddenly remembered what happened before she fainted. Her anger disappeared and her mood sank. She lowered her head and looked at her feet with a dejected expression. She thought that her father was very noble, but the truth was that Langley was a traitor and a separatist. Even without Blackstar, her father would have been defeated by the other mercenaries sooner or later. On the contrary, because Han Xiao held back, her father survived. Her hostility toward Han Xiao naturally disappeared. If the target of her vengeance was a traitor, even if it was her own father, Sylvia would feel that what she had done was wrong. Langley had only himself to blame for his fate, and there was no justice that could be sought for him. The radiance of her father in her heart collapsed. Sylvia's feelings toward Langley became complicated and conflicted. She believed that her father's love for her was real, but what he did was beyond what she could accept. Her father had been lying to her all this time, so of course, it was impossible for her not to blame him. As for whether or not Han Xiao had forced her father to say that, this doubt disappeared in a flash because Han Xiao had done it too obviously and confidently. She knew that it was impossible after thinking about it. She was just a little girl who had failed to assassinate him. Why would the leader of a famous mercenary group go through so much trouble to fool her? Han Xiao had captured Langley personally. If it was not because he knew her father's true background, why would he suddenly bring her here to interrogate her father personally? Furthermore, her father had told her in great detail. The crimes of treason, espionage, eavesdropping, and leading a separatist group were all true. Perhaps when she was investigating in the past, she still had hoped that those suspicious points were all framed on her father. However, the instigator had personally told her everything, shattering all of her fantasies. Sylvia looked at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. Although this mercenary group leader had been scaring her along the way, his actions were truly helping her. After her father was captured, she had experienced the fickleness of human nature. This kindness from a stranger caught her off guard and made her feel very guilty. When the anger that burned her reason subsided, she said this sentence from the bottom of her heart and with sincerity. "Thank you. You're a good person. Also, I'm very sorry." "I'm really sorry." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Yo, it seems like the soul modification project was quite successful. As expected, whoever started the trouble had to untie it. Our leader is known as Master Han. What do you think?" Port Bun put his hands on his hips and laughed. Han Xiao pretended not to hear and sized up Sylvia at this moment. This girl was no longer irritable. She looked quiet and delicate. After being captured for many days, she looked a little dusty, but the dust on her face could not hide the beauty of her facial features. As a popular character in the manga world in his previous life, he could see that Sylvia was a beauty in the making. "I don't care about other things first. Tell me, which organization helped you track my whereabouts?" Han Xiao asked in a deep voice. Sylvia did not hide anything and told him everything. "It's an organization that sells information called Middle. I took out a portion of my savings and asked them to keep an eye on your whereabouts to buy this information. The disguise ability user I hired was a freelance assassin. He and I worked together to formulate the assassination plan. The poison gas and venom were all his things, but he was already killed by you." Sylvia paused and suddenly realized that Han Xiao had killed another person, but kept her alive. Was it because he knew her? At this point, she finally asked the question that had always been in her mind. How do you know me? Did my father tell you about me? It's just a coincidence. Han Xiao brushed her off and thought about the intelligence organization called Middle. Intelligence organizations were generally neutral. If their customers requested information about certain people or organizations that they could not afford to offend, they would refuse to sell it. Not provoking people who were too powerful was an unwritten rule of the intelligence organizations. In the eyes of the intelligence organizations, Han Xiao was obviously not qualified. He was also a popular character. This way, he could indirectly increase the popularity of his faction by the players and increase the popularity of his faction through various methods. However, after she joined his faction, the galactic pirate career that the players loved to talk about would not appear again. After all, she had a foundation. After some training, she would definitely be as interesting as in his previous life. As for the possibility of nurturing a tiger, it was not that Han Technician was arrogant. Even the player's growth rate could not compare to his. If he did not even have this much confidence, why would he still be in the universe? He might as well go back to the Blue Star and raise pigs. Chapter 421. The group returned to the spaceship. Sylvia was obviously still not used to her new identity and was a little reserved. Han Xiao got the three Volga brothers to teach her the basics, while he was pulled aside by Haluz. You let her join our team? Haluz asked with surprise. Han Xiao briefly explained the process, glanced at him, and said, You have a problem with that again? No, I have no prejudice against a little girl, but she has no combat ability. How could she be a mercenary? She has talent. With some training, she won't be worse than you. Haluz's mouth twitched. Comparing a little girl to me, I feel like you're insulting me. Hee, you're thinking too much. I'll only insult you during sparring. Han Xiao laughed and turned to look at Sylvia. She was surrounded by players and did not know what to do. This was Black Star's traditional welcoming ceremony. In his previous life, Sylvia had gone through many organizations before she finally obtained super knowledge and showed her potential. Now that she had joined his faction, if he wanted her to be useful, Han Xiao naturally had to teach her super knowledge. According to Sylvia's path in her previous life, the most suitable path for her was the mechanic class. Han Xiao stroked his chin and decided to train her personally. Floating Dragon Island was also in the Rain Star system. Han Xiao set up the spaceship's autopilot, left the New Phylon Alliance, arrived at Floating Dragon, and handed over the resources. Although Decker was coerced, he had participated in the assassination. Tyrell was furious when he found out and fired Decker on the spot. Even if there was a reason for it, he did not want to use someone who harmed the interests of the organization. After that, Tyrell apologized sincerely. Han Xiao would never let go of an opportunity to take advantage of him. This time, he asked for a higher discount as compensation, and Tyrell agreed immediately. He was different from the tour group that Rainbow Conch belonged to. He had a very close business relationship with Floating Dragon, so it was easier to talk to him. Speaking of the tour group, a group of lizardmen came to Floating Dragon Island to receive the spaceship. At the dock, the tour group had already arrived. After transferring the compensation to Han Zhao's account, they took back the Rainbow Conch. After all the goods were unloaded, Han Xiao watched as these people left in the spaceship. He shook his head, took out his galactic communicator, and prepared to call a ship. This time, Floating Dragon Island's guard captain Wilsander walked over and joked, I heard you were assassinated. It's just a child's play. Han Xiao glanced at him. Are you interested? Of course. I have to stay on this island every day to maintain law and order. Do you think my life is very interesting? Wilsander said in annoyance. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao sent Wilsander away and went to the side. He opened the forums and followed the competition. After the episode with Sylvia, the Pro League was finally over. Countless people were discussing it on the forums, and he roughly watched the competition. In the semifinals, Dynasty defeated Hydra 3-2 and advanced to the finals. On the other side, Tulip defeated Devil. In the finals, Dynasty and Tulip were opponents, and the viewership of the finals was through the roof. Han Xiao did not watch the recording, But looking at the content of the discussion posts, it seemed that the battle was very exciting. It was very lively, and they fought at the peak level of professional players, which opened the eyes of the players. In the end, it was a pity that Dynasty made a small mistake when the score was 2-2. However, Tulip seized the opportunity and snowballed into victory, causing them to lose the match. Tulip was terrifyingly stable. When facing them, any small mistake would become the key to turning the situation around. As the results of the finals were decided, the first season of the Pro League ended in front of everyone's eyes. Tulip was the champion, Dynasty was the runner-up, and the semi-finalists were Devil and Hydra. In the singles competition, the champion was a German player. His precise German craftsmanship was terrifying, and King Admiral was in the top 4. Among all the Chinese players, King Admiral's results in the Pro League were the most dazzling, reaching the international level. As the top player in China for many years, such a result undoubtedly strengthened his position. On the forums, the viewers of the various countries were commenting on their own teams. Although it was a pity that Dynasty did not win the championship, the Chinese players were still very happy. At least they were the runner-up, surpassing most of the other teams. The first season of the Pro League could be said to be a success, and many foreign viewers were even fans of the Chinese teams. Compared to the rankings in his previous life, the results this time were much better. In his previous life, China only had one semi-finalist, but now there were 2 Chinese teams in the top 8. Long Sky was in the top 8, and Dynasty was the runner-up. There was also improvement in the singles competition. In his previous life, King Admiral was the only player in the top 16. Now, there was Madblade, who had won glory for the country and enjoyed a triumphant return. The results were much better than in his previous life, and the only reason was because of Han Technician. The players who followed him had good results, and his own influence would also increase subtly, expanding the potential market. Han Xiao was very satisfied with the performance of the players. Dynasty was overjoyed with such results. Even Second Prince, who loved to talk big, had a happy face and did not scold his captain, which was rare. Long Sky's ranking was not bad, but it was not bad. However, Hao Tian was not satisfied. His attitude of working hard never stopped. Madblade was in the top 16 of the singles competition, and he was very satisfied. This was a result that he did not even dare to imagine in the past. Most of the Chinese players were satisfied with their own results, but Temple of God was a little jealous of Dynasty and Long Sky's results and praise. In comparison, Temple of God's performance in the first season was much dimmer. After the Pro League ended, all sorts of follow-up programs took place. The various programs reported and commented on the Pro League. The various teams held press conferences and the final award ceremony. However, these were not the focus of Han Zhao's attention. The end of the first season also meant the version update was coming. The last version update was 3 years ago. To Blue Star, the sudden appearance of these players had caused a wave of panic, and the version update from version 10 to version 20 would cause these players to disappear again. Usually, 6 days in the game was equivalent to 1 day in real life for the players, and the flow of time was stable. However, during the version update, the time connection between the 2 sides would be broken. The version 10 update would take 1 year in the game, but to the players, it would only take 2 to 3 days. The time span of each version update was different. The players would enter Galaxy at different points in the timeline, and it was usually a major event or disaster that formed the version. When the version update comes, these players will not be around. Without these useful cannon fodders, I will have to be more cautious. Furthermore, there will not be a way to quickly harvest experience and money in a year, so it's the best time to find those missions with potential. As for the specific actions, I will need to make a plan. Han Xiao fell in a deep thought. Chapter 422. The main members of the mercenary group were the players for the time being. When they disappeared, the only team that he could command would be the Sunil squad. During the time that the players disappear, the income of the mercenary group will decrease, so I can temporarily close down and free up time to recruit more people. When version 20 starts, the mutation disaster will erupt, and the blue star players will start to connect with the galaxy. Coincidentally, during the version update period, I will have time to prepare. Now, he had only brought about 50 players, and he had already created a huge profit for himself. Version 20 was the time when profits would explode. Just thinking about it, Han Technician was already looking forward to the next year's harvest. His goal was to accept thousands of players and make the Black Star Mercenary the faction that guided the players into the galaxy. Of course, this was not as easy as it seemed. He had hidden competitors, which were Ghidorah and Darkstar. These two organizations would use the planets as battlefields during the mutation disaster, and they would engage in local battles. Under such circumstances, the players would choose a faction, and if Han Shao wanted to interfere, it would be like stealing food from a tiger's mouth. However, the benefits were obvious. Both sides were focused on fighting, and only he was targeting the players. His position in the hearts of the players, as well as the faction influence and sense of belonging created by Pork Bun's show, would attract the players. The more players he recruited, the better. This meant that he would have to make ample preparations. The so-called preparations included various benefits, such as equipment, missions, rewards, and so on, to increase his strength and influence. The second was the measures to deal with the mutation disaster. The former was targeted at the players, and the latter was targeted at the main storyline. I have about 800,000 ANAs, which is enough to buy 2 high-end knowledges and complete the class advancement mission. However, I am currently level 95, and when I reach level 100, I am still stuck on a class advancement mission. Even if I spend all my money, I will only be able to level up 5 times. The most cost-effective way is to get a subclass first and take a look at the class advancement requirement when I reach level 100. If I cannot complete it in a short time, I will not be in a hurry to spend the 800,000 ANAs. I still have around 1.5 billion EXP. I don't have enough EXP to reach level 120, not to mention I still have to gamble on recipes and level up my skills. Since there were no players to harvest in this year, Han Shao started to plan carefully. Level 100 was the second chance for his race evolution. He had obtained the Void genes from the Void Dragon Bone Marrow, and it would affect the path of his race evolution. The improvement would be especially great, and he still wanted to advance. Secondary professions are easy to find, but those that are too rare are more troublesome. Han Shao searched through his memories. Those fancy and rare subclasses usually required all kinds of complicated operations to obtain. If the difficulty was too high, he would have to put in too much effort, and if the difficulty was too low, it would not be suitable for the mechanic class. Subclasses were just decorations to him. He did not pursue rarity. He only wanted them to be compatible with the mechanic class. If that's the case, an attribute class isn't bad. Just nice, I can get this class in Ubarely Hub. Although it's not rare, its effects are simple. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. After completing the daily mission of transporting goods on Floating Dragon Island, Han Shao was called home by Ames as usual to ask about the progress of the search for her teacher. He then brought everyone back to Ubarely Hub to rest. The professional players had just finished a match and were tired. They were all in agreement. Running around in the hub city was much more relaxing, almost like a holiday. However, Han Shao was not taking care of them. It was mainly because the version update was coming, and he wanted to take this opportunity to harvest the last wave. He sold some obsolete machines to the players, occasionally selling some high-quality ones, and then accepting strengthening and repair missions. For this, Han Shao went into seclusion to build for a few days. When the number of players in the faction increased, no matter how fast he built, he would definitely not be able to keep up with the demand of the players, unless he could build a production line. However, this was still a long way away. However, Han Shao had a solution to this problem long ago, which was to increase the NC resources of the faction and use his connections to open up opportunities for the players to go to other maps to do missions and earn money. Sunil was one of the player nurturing bases that he had prepared. After selling for a few days, Han Shao took a flying disc carrier and arrived at the 57th floor of a tall building in the center of the hub city. This was the office of an absolutely neutral organization called the Space-Time Research Association. The name sounded grand, but it had nothing to do with space-time. This was an association of scholars to store knowledge and exchange knowledge. They had offices in various star fields, and the structure was loose. The Space-Time Research Association aimed to store the information and history of all civilizations in the universe, such as academic knowledge, historical records of universal civilizations, literature of various races, and so on. It was like a knowledge base, and the platform allowed many members to exchange new research topics. The academic atmosphere was thick. This kind of organization was naturally public, and the leader was the arcane church. This universal civilization had the thickest culture and countless members in various star fields. Even the Radiant Federation and the Red Empire joined the management positions of the association later on. The Space-Time Research Association's inventory contained practical knowledge, such as the technology of different civilizations, magic, supers, and so on. Practical knowledge was more precious, and those that were too sensitive were usually not displayed to the outside world. This was also a requirement of the advanced civilizations. If one wanted to browse such important knowledge, they had to obtain a higher level of clearance. The only way to increase their relationship with the faction was to donate unknown materials and literature, but increasing their clearance was very complicated. There was no clear way, and they could only wait for the management to filter. First, they had to participate in the various exchange meetings organized by the association to provide new insights, increase their presence, and increase their status and reputation among the members. When they had enough faction connections, been in the association for a long time, had a clean background, and had actual social status, such as having very high positive legend points or extremely high faction connections in the advanced civilizations, they would have a chance to have their clearance raised by the management. In short, it was extremely complicated. In Han Zhao's previous life, the players had only started to pay attention to the Space-Time Research Association in the later stages. At that time, they were looking for the highest class knowledge, which was extremely rare. The Research Association had the relevant information, and this was one of the ways to obtain the highest class knowledge. However, in order to obtain it, one had to spend a huge amount of time and effort, and there were no shortcuts. Since he would not have any ideas about it for a long time, it was better to join this association early than late. Thus, Han Xiao decided to join now. There were no requirements to join the association, and all he had to do was pay. Compared to the Research Association, the entrance fee was much more affordable, only 500 anus. Of course, Han Zhao's goal was not so long-term. Joining the Research Association would give him a secondary class, and that was what he wanted. There were no twists and turns in the procedures. He entered the information, filled in the form, paid, and flirted with the receptionist. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. Walking out of the Research Association's office, Han Xiao opened the interface, and there was a new option for his secondary class. Scholar. There was a secondary class called the Attribute class. For example, the current scholar would greatly increase a single attribute every time he leveled up, and there were no free attribute points, only potential points. Scholar would increase his intelligence by 10 points every time he leveled up, and after leveling up 5 times in a row, his intelligence would increase by 50 points. Intelligence was the core attribute of the mechanic class, and it was related to machinery affinity. One of Han Zhao's current talents was machinery analysis, which increased his machinery affinity by 1 point every 10 points of intelligence. Han Xiao basically put all his points into intelligence, and his current intelligence was more than 600 points. This was a core talent, and Han Xiao knew that this was only one of the skills related to the intelligence attribute of the mechanic class. He would receive more class skills in the later stages. Furthermore, the Scholar secondary class gave him another talent called Research Theory, which increased his intelligence by 1 point for every 3 skills he mastered. It was extremely suitable for the mechanic and mage classes, as both classes were famous for having many skills. Furthermore, both classes enjoyed the bonus of intelligence. Compared to the mage class, which still required the mystery attribute, the mechanic class had the highest bonus from the scholar class. A blueprint for the mechanic class was considered a skill, and Han Xiao had already understood more than 100 blueprints. Just the scholar class alone gave him 90 points of intelligence. Of all the secondary classes that were the easiest to obtain, the attribute class was the most useful option for Han Xiao. Every player could easily obtain this type of attribute class, provided that they knew about it, and the bonus was extremely significant. Furthermore, it was a growth attribute talent that could even be used in the later stages of the game. In Han Xiao's previous life, many top-class players would choose to learn one or two attribute class. Among them, the most impressive one was the luck attribute class. Just from the name, one could tell what this class was like. Gambler. He still remembered the effect of the gambler talent. By winning a certain amount of things through gambling, betting, and so on, one's luck would increase. As the amount of things one continued to accumulate, the luck attribute would increase. If one lost a certain amount of things, one's luck would decrease. This perfectly explained the meaning of the name of this subclass and the luck attribute. In fact, Han Xiao really wanted to obtain the gambler subclass. After all, no matter how much his luck decreased, it would only go from 1 to 0. It was completely useless. If he won, he would make a killing. After experiencing the feeling of clarity after leveling up for a while, Han Xiao looked at the interface. The level 100 promotion mission was his main goal. With just one look, Han Xiao suddenly started to doubt his life. Chapter 423. Your total level has reached 100. You can continue to level up after completing the promotion mission. The Trial of the Strong requires you to kill a strong enemy that is 1 grade higher than you. You can complete the mission with a team, but the team members cannot exceed your own grade. Current progress: 0 out of 1 inch, F***CKU. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. This promotion mission was not the most difficult, but at his level, the difficulty increased by a few times. Killing a strong enemy beyond his grade, he had drawn a similar promotion mission before. At that time, when he was LV40, the requirement was to kill 3 targets that were 5 grades higher than him. The difference was very small, but compared to this promotion mission, it was like heaven and earth. I'm grade B now. Doesn't that mean I have to kill a grade strong enemy that's 1 grade higher? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. If this mission appeared at a lower grade, it would only be a little challenging. It would be like forming a team to kill a boss. However, as he advanced, the difference would become bigger, and the difficulty would increase exponentially. The Trials of the Strong only appeared in the advancement requirements of Grade B to Grade E. After reaching Grade A, this mission would no longer appear. If he was Grade B+, then the difference in strength would not be that great. However, he was only LV 100. In terms of levels, he was only at the beginning of Grade B to mid-grade. Yet, this requirement just happened to appear at this level. He felt as if the goddess of luck had kicked him in the face. This was simply unlucky, and Han Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable. What kind of concept was Grade A? It could cause a destructive disaster on the surface of a planet. Their strength was only below Grade S, and they could do whatever they wanted in the galaxy. Grade B was the backbone of the galaxy, and Grade A was the high-end strength. The difference in numbers was tens of thousands of times. The difference in strength was too great. Han Xiao sighed. The mission was already set, and there was no point in being frustrated. He had to advance anyway, so he could only think of a way. The difference between Grade A supers is also great. If I want to complete the mission, I can only pick the weakest among them, but no matter how weak they are, they're still much stronger than me. If I fight them head-on, I will definitely lose. I can only use underhanded methods. Luckily, I don't have to fight them one-on-one, and there is no way to complete the mission. Han Xiao rubbed his chin. His brain was spinning rapidly. First of all, I have to determine the target and search for similar opportunities in his memory. Secondly, I have to make a plan to weaken the enemy as much as possible before the battle. I have to take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Otherwise, I will not be able to fight against an A-class powerhouse at his peak. There were no restrictions on the method of killing, which meant that he only needed to kill the target with his own hands. The most ideal plan was naturally to kill a prisoner who was unable to resist. It might be possible at a lower level, but at this level, there was no chance at all. Even if some forces held A-level prisoners, it was impossible to kill them casually, let alone let others do it. Therefore, the only way to complete the mission was to fight. This was like hunting. The hunter had his eyes on a powerful prey and was hiding in the dark. He needed incomparable patience to make the prey fall into his trap. However, it was impossible to complete the advancement quest in a short period of time. Han Xiao was glad that he did not go for the advancement quest first. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. There are many targets, but none of them ought to be trifled with. We still need a plan for the long term, Han Xiao thought to himself. When he returned to the stronghold, most of the players were not there. The first season had ended, and there were many subsequent events. The time these professional players spent online was significantly reduced. Only Pork Bun, Maple Moon, and a few other players maintained their online time. However, they were not in the stronghold at this time. Instead, they were running daily quests outside. Han Xiao knocked on the other people's rooms. Haluz, Aroshia, and the others had all gone out. He was the only one at home. The huge stronghold hall seemed cold and empty. Looking at the time, it was dinner time. He took a bottle of bright silver alcohol from the cabinet, opened the convenient food box, and presented a box of fast food wrapped in foil a minute later. Inside were some lean meat and beans drizzled with black sauce. Han Xiao placed the fast food and drink on the table in the middle of the hall. He sat down on the sofa, took out a spoon, and ate slowly. These simple things were his dinner. After eating for a while, the gate of the stronghold opened, and the officers came back together. Haluz walked in front with a toothpick in his mouth, chatting and laughing with the three Volga brothers. Sylvia carried bags of various sizes and clung to the expressionless Aroshia, talking nonstop. Aroshia's replies were never more than 5 words, but Sylvia was never tired chatting. She had walked out of her depression faster than expected. It was no wonder, as at least her father was still alive. Only things that were lost would make people worried. She understood her father's intentions. He wanted her to live a new life, so naturally, she did not want to be depressed all the time. Aroshia also changed into new clothes, a long dress. With Han Xiao's understanding of her, it was most likely bought for her by Sylvia. When Han Xiao went to work, the officers went shopping together and had a meal together. Otherwise, Aroshia would rather stay at home. As soon as they entered, they saw Han Xiao sitting on the sofa, eating a box of fast food. Han Xiao looked up and glanced at them. "You're back." Everyone hurriedly restrained their smiles and nodded solemnly. "Old Merlin, go and check the mission reports of the Sunil team. 3 brothers, remember to enchant the batch of machinery that I gave you last time. Aroshia, don't transform in the stronghold for the next 2 days. It's not easy to clean it up." Han Xiao put down his spoon, stood up, and walked to the machinery modification room. "Sylvia, follow me." Sylvia's face tightened, and she quickly followed Han Xiao into the machinery modification room and closed the door. Kicking away the abandoned parts on the floor, Han Xiao found a box, sat down, and sized Sylvia up without saying a word. Sylvia felt uncomfortable under his gaze and carefully asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Han Xiao knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "I want you for 10 years. You're now my subordinate, not here for a vacation. What do you think you can do for me?" "I'm not sure." Sylvia lowered her head. She did not understand why Han Xiao wanted her to work for 10 years. She was just a child and could not help at all. "You're useless now. In the future, I'll teach you the knowledge of mechanics. You'll only be useful to me when you become stronger. If you refuse to learn and don't want to work for me, don't think I'll allow you to stay in my mercenary group. I don't need trash." Han Xiao did not hold back. You want to teach me the knowledge of supers?" Sylvia was stunned and stuttered. "I thought you just wanted a maid." Han Xiao frowned. "What I need a maid for? Are you better than a cleaning robot?" Sylvia's eyes wandered, and she said without confidence, I've never thought about it. Supers, can I really do it? What I mean is, do I have that kind of talent? My eyes can see the blurry future, and in you, I see potential." Han Xiao said calmly. "Langley never let you step into the realm of supers. What a foolish thing to do. When you were born, the super gene has been hidden in your body, waiting to be awakened. Your bastard father buried you for many years. Don't call him a bastard. Sylvia was unhappy. That's my father. I haven't lost my memory. Han Xiao raised his brows. He has 17 major charges, including but not limited to treason. All right, he's indeed a bastard. Sylvia bit her lips. But you're not allowed to say it. Only I can say it. Stop talking nonsense and get down to business. I'll let you awaken your magnetic energy and teach you the knowledge of supers. Sylvia could not help but stand up straight. She felt that she was about to step into a new level. She was both excited and nervous. Then what should I do? Han Xiao took out 4 thick books and stacked them together. They were about 40 centimeters thick. These 4 books were all basic machinery theories written by different people. The interface did not allow him to accumulate knowledge like this, but it was not as convenient for others. In order to become a mechanic, one had to go through many years of learning. Even if Sylvia was very talented, this step was still necessary. Memorize all 4 books first. Looking at the thick books, Sylvia's mouth opened wide. This was far from what she had imagined. This is too much. Ignoring her opinion, Han Xiao continued. I'll only give you 10 days. After 10 days, I'll test you. If you don't pass, you'll have to memorize 1 more book until you pass. Sylvia's face turned bitter. Memorizing so many books in 10 days was not something she could do even if she died of exhaustion. Furthermore, she had never come into contact with the relevant knowledge before. How was she going to understand the contents of the books? Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. After you pass the test, I'll teach you how to awaken mechanical force. Han Xiao waved his hand, and Sylvia had no choice but to walk out with the books in her hands. She quickly memorized the books with a depressed expression. Although Han Xiao himself did not need to learn like this, the knowledge existed in his mind. It was not that Han Xiao had not studied it before. Teaching other people mechanic knowledge was not a problem at all. I wonder how long it will take for her to grow to the point where she can be of help. Han Xiao shook his head. This was the case with long-term investments. It would take a long time for him to earn back his capital. Thankfully, he did not lack patience. The aftertaste of the Pro League had yet to disappear, and the players were still immersed in the aftertaste. A few days later, the official version update announcement suddenly appeared on the forums and was instantly pinned at the top. Once again, the players were pleasantly surprised. It was translated into various languages and targeted at players from all regions. In less than a minute, the number of replies quickly exceeded 10,000, and it was still increasing crazily. The content of the announcement was that in 12 days of game time, the version 10 update would officially be activated. At that time, all accounts would not be able to log in, and it was recommended that players go offline early to prevent unnecessary losses. As for the content of the update, it did not mention a single thing. The players could not help but feel that it was mysterious. The unknown new version increased the players' anticipation. The main storyline of the various novice planets had all been completed, and the famous people of the different planets had also shown their charm. They each had their own fans. After completing the main storyline, the players were still in the free exploration period. Even the side missions had many extended storylines, and the sense of realism was very strong. Compared to killing monsters and clearing the level, this was more like a journey that made people forget to return. Therefore, many players were eager to know what new storylines would happen on their planets in the new version. They were concerned about the fate of these characters and looked forward to the full view of the vast universe. The unknown content of the version caused the players of the various planets to speculate. Many people guessed what would happen in the future through the storyline and the relationships between the characters in version 10. The reference materials were the chronicles of the various planets. After the completion of the version 10 main storyline in the various regions, there were finally players who excitedly posted their own chronicles. This method attracted the attention of countless players, and they all posted the chronicles of their own planets. All the players contributed together, posting the missions, stories, characters, and so on that they had encountered. Everything that happened on the planet during this period was recorded by the players, be it the main storyline or the side missions. Even a unique NC was recorded by the players. Everyone participated in the same thing, and this feeling made the players happy and never tired. It was as if they were in the tide of the era, working together to achieve a great cause. This sense of belonging was extremely strong. This was the first batch of hardcore players in Galaxy. In Han Zhao's previous life, even if some players did not play Galaxy due to busy or other reasons, they would still come online occasionally to see how the storyline had developed. As there were too many new things, the sense of immersion was unparalleled. It was both a game and a drama series. Chapter 4:24. Hello, players. This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and escorting your gaming career. The male and female hosts read out the familiar opening lines. As soon as the program was released, thousands of old viewers flooded in, and as usual, there was a wave of bullet screen comments to urge the update. He's built a base, he's going to explode. Sure enough, it's going to be a version update. I'm looking forward to it. My big times is awesome. Flood the bullet screen and cover the cold jokes. The bullet screen was filled with comments. The awkward cold jokes at the beginning of the program quickly passed, and they entered the main topic. The male host said, "In a few days, the version 10 update will arrive, and Galaxy will enter the next version storyline. Regarding this, we have obtained first-hand information and some unconfirmed rumors. In this episode, we will filter the information for the majority of players and make guesses and analysis for the next version. Then, before we start the analysis, we will first do a comprehensive analysis of the storyline of the various planets in the current version. A large part of our source of information comes from the chronicles of events compiled by the players for the various planets. Here, we thank all the enthusiastic players. This information has greatly facilitated our work. The players were praised by name, and they were very happy. Then, the two hosts summarized the storyline of each novice planet. At this time, the main storyline of each planet had already ended, and they could go through it from beginning to end. The Times also introduced and commented on the important characters in each storyline. Of course, the commentary was not boring, but was accompanied by screenshots and video data. Every time they talked about the story of a planet, the players of that planet would be the most active. The version 10 main storyline of these planets was also very varied. Planet Winterfrost's Lord Zingleth's Incident, Planet Polyden's Arcane Tide, Planet Longsong's Dynasty Division, Planet Summer's Shadow Corporation Incident, Su En's Chaotic Expedition, and so on. These were the core main storyline, and there were secondary storylines. Just like Blue Star's main storyline was the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization, and the secondary storyline was Bennett's Sanctuary Project. The background of each planet was different, and the feeling that the main storyline gave to the players was also very different. There were modern, sci-fi, magical, mysterious, and indescribable styles. These planets were located all over the place. Most of the players had not entered the galaxy, so they did not know the location of their planet in the universe. However, Han Zhao did. The novice planets were evenly distributed in the various star fields, and planet Aquamarine was the only novice planet in the Shattered Star Ring. Among all the main storylines, Blue Star ended the earliest and received the most attention. There would definitely be a main character in the storyline that was closely related to the events. The two hosts read the script, and finally, it was Blue Star's turn. Speaking of Blue Star's main storyline, we have to mention a character that is absolutely unavoidable. After the Blue Star storyline ended, he was still active in the eyes of the public. He was the first character to lead the players into the galaxy. I believe that the majority of players will not be unfamiliar with his name. The comments went wild. Perhaps they did not know the storyline of the other planets, but almost everyone knew Han Zhao's name. These viewers immediately had a common topic. Black Star is out. Is this the video of Han Black Phantom, Germinal Organization Destroyer, Sanctuary Master, Interstellar Explorer, Prophet, Black Star Mercenary Leader, Materialist, Box Trader, Poor Ass Shao? Black Star, you bunch of B-Astra stars are talking about me behind my back again. Team 30 Seconds True Men request to battle. Our slogan is in the world of martial arts. Only speed is invincible. Ah, I want the Dragon Emperor. I want a Roshia. I want to lick them to death. Get lost, screen-licking monster. This time, it was the Blue Star player's turn to be active. The density of the comments increased to a whole new level. Spamming was a very promising skill, and the Chinese players had always maxed it out. The male host held the script and briefly introduced Han Zhao's life story to the players. Han Zhao, original name Xiao Han, member of the Overmara family. He almost died in an accident and was captured by the German organization. He was made into a test subject, but the brainwashing failed. He disguised himself for a long time and finally found a flaw. He escaped from the German organization's control and began his journey to fight against the German organization. He once joined Star Dragon, but he left and became a freelance assassin in the darknet. His codename was Black Phantom. The German organization chased after him for many years, but they only saw his shadow. He awakened some kind of precognitive ability and was able to sense danger in advance. After a period of hibernation, he began his full-scale revenge. He single-handedly directed the Six Nations expedition against the German organization. During this battle, he infiltrated the German organization's headquarters and stole all the confidential information, establishing the victory for the Six Nations. He became a hero of Blue Star. However, his journey did not end there. One day, he predicted that a disaster was about to befall the Blue Star. So, he used some means to summon a space battleship and led the carefully selected warriors into the galaxy to find a solution. Most of the above information came from the Chronicles and was obtained by the players. The players had collected a lot of information during the exploration period, and Han Zhao's story was already public information. In the history of Blue Star, Han Zhao was like the mastermind behind the scenes. Many events were related to him in countless ways. In the Chronicles, Han Zhao's name was mentioned countless times. This also allowed the new players to learn about the events that had happened in the past through the information, which continuously increased Han Zhao's reputation. The Chronicles of version 10 were already as vast as the sea, and Han Zhao was still a bright star, a hero in version 10. After talking about the story of Blue Star, the summary of the story of version 10 came to an end. The two hosts entered the next segment, which was the theme of this episode, to analyze the new version. According to the information we have made a few guesses. First, in the new version, the players will definitely be connected to the galaxy, leaving their original planet and starting to travel the universe. Second, other than the current 13 beginner planets, the new version will also add new birth planets. Based on this point, the new birth planets should be planets that can directly enter the galaxy. Here, we are boldly guessing the difference between the new planets and the old planets. The old planets have to go through a new storyline to enter the galaxy, but the new planets can directly enter the galaxy. The price is that the players on the new planets have to start from scratch with a new account, while the players on the old planets have to inherit their previous high-level accounts, so whether it is new or old, they have their own advantages. Third, although the storyline of the new versions of different planets is unknown, the ones that lead to the storyline are definitely the characters, and there are definitely clues hidden in the characters. We suggest that we use the characters as a starting point to guess who will lead the next version's storyline, and what role will the main character of version 10 play in the new version. The clues for most of the planets are limited, but there is one exception: Blue Star. Before Black Star left, he left behind a frozen mission, the last stronghold. The mission description is as follows. One day in the future, a catastrophe will engulf Blue Star, and Sanctuary 3 will be the last safe stronghold. Only by protecting the weak light in the darkness can there be hope to survive this crisis. The mission requirement is to protect Sanctuary 3, and the destruction rate cannot exceed 50%. We have reason to believe that this mission foreshadows the events of Blue Star version 20, an unknown catastrophe that will affect the entire planet, and Black Star will definitely play a role in this catastrophe. Han Zhao left behind the frozen mission in order to give the players a direction to imagine, and use this to increase his fame. Before the version changed, there would be a wave of guessing about the new version, and the report from the Times was within his expectations. Blue Star, Sanctuary 3. Towering steel walls, tight defense turrets. The sanctuary was now fully formed, like a giant fortress in the wasteland. Han Xiao had left for more than a year, and the current manager of the sanctuary was Huang Yu. He had built the sanctuary according to the established strategy, and everything was in order. He had already taken in more than 3 million refugees. Other than these people who were being protected, there were also hundreds of thousands of migrants who were the Inhumans. Countless players treated Sanctuary 3 as their main city, not only because there were enough daily missions and rewards, but also because Han Zhao's series of decisions had cultivated the players' habits. After the habits were cultivated, the players liked to gather there to set up stalls, trade, team up, and so on. The residents had conflicting feelings toward the Inhumans. On one hand, the Inhumans liked to help them, but most people were jealous of the existence of the Inhumans and saw them as aliens. There had always been a sense of estrangement. The square where the players gathered was as dangerous as a special race's gathering place in the eyes of some residents, and they did not dare to go there normally. The Inhumans had helped Bennett build many sanctuaries, but after they were built, most of the Inhumans would return to Sanctuary 3. Huang Yu did not understand why the Inhumans gathered, so he could only attribute the reason to his former boss. He felt that only Black Phantom would know the reason. However, in the past few days, a large number of Inhumans had arrived from all over the world and flooded into the sanctuary without any warning. This phenomenon had attracted Huang Yu's attention. Have you found out the reason? In the meeting room of the sanctuary, Huang Yu asked his subordinates. After he took charge of the sanctuary, he had built his own team. Everyone in the room was a member of the Dark Net, and they were all under Bennett. No, the intelligence networks from all over the world have not found the reason for the large-scale migration of the Inhumans. Currently, the number of Inhumans in Sanctuary 3 has exceeded 800,000, and it's still increasing. This is not a good sign. Although most of the Inhumans know their place, there is no lack of saboteurs. We have been attacked a few times in the past year. If these Inhumans have other motives, the destruction that 800,000 supers can cause is devastating. If we don't handle this well, Sanctuary 3, which has been built for 2 years, might be destroyed overnight. Huang Yu was worried. Of course, he did not know that the reason the players gathered in Sanctuary 3 was because of the time speculation about the mission left by Han Xiao. Sanctuary 3 was very likely to be a key location in the main storyline, and there was a high chance that it was a safe location. Therefore, before the update, most of the players decided to come to Sanctuary 3. This way, not only could they enter the main storyline immediately when the new version arrived, but it was also safer than other places. We have to guard against this hidden danger. We have to take measures, Huang Yu said. But the instructions left by His Excellency Black Phantom was to not use any hostile tactics against the Inhumans, and not to control their freedom, except for those who cause trouble. What we are doing is going against his instructions. Huang Yu shook his head. I know, but we can't let our guard down against the Inhumans because of this. Black Phantom has been gone for more than a year. If he was here, I wouldn't have to worry about anything at all. However, he's not here, so we have to be flexible. Then what do you plan to do? Huang Yu said in a deep voice. Prohibit a portion of Inhumans from entering the main city of Sanctuary 3 and chase them to the 2 nearby satellite cities, either Overmera or Blackpine. This way, even if there is chaos, it won't happen in the hinterland. Everyone looked at each other. That's what we'll do. Report to the 2 satellite cities managers and ask them to secretly mobilize the army to prevent any accidents. 3 days later, we'll officially start the Inhumans division. Huang Yu's tone was firm as he confirmed the decision. Suddenly, a wave of sleepiness hit him, and he could not help but yawn. Dark Star, in a hidden mothership base, in a dark conference room. The screen of the video conference room was lit up with a cold light. These people were the upper echelons of Dark Star, and every screen was a blurry figure. Their faces were hidden, and they were extremely mysterious. Even Ghidorah, who had been enemies with Dark Star for many years, only knew a small portion of the upper echelons. Dark Star was like a cloud of fog that could not be seen clearly, and it was always hidden in the darkness. The centermost screen was the leader of Dark Star. It was blurry, and his voice was also mechanically synthesized. What stage has a mutation source that we sent and reached? Based on the time, it is already past the larval stage, and all mutation sources will enter the larval stage within 2 months. The effects have already been concealed, and it is estimated that the mutation source will enter the outbreak stage in about a year. However, we are unable to pinpoint the exact time. After all, we are unable to control the thoughts of the mutation source. The leader of Dark Star said, "Continue to observe. Godora has intercepted a mutation source, and we do not know the extent of their research. The plan needs to be changed, and we cannot wait for the mutation source to mature naturally. After the symptoms erupt, we have to take some action, and we will discuss the details later. Anner, how is Ashes?" The last sentence was directed at Anner, who was one of Dark Star's grade A supers and Ashes' teacher. A voice sounded from the screen representing Anner. "I told him to focus on training his Esper ability, and his progress is not bad. His strength has clearly increased, and given some time, his chances of entering the Calamity grade will be over 20%. Rogo died in battle, and Vimira is locked up in the Rainbow Prison. We urgently need to replenish our high-level combatants, and Ashes is currently the most promising candidate to reach grade A supers. His Esper ability is extremely strong, so tell him that I have high hopes for him. Then, let's end the meeting." Chapter 425. Hello, players. This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and escorting your gaming career. The male and female hosts read out the familiar opening lines. As soon as the program was released, thousands of old viewers flooded in, and as usual, there was a wave of bullet comments to urge the update. "He's built a base, he's going to explode. Sure enough, it's going to be a version update. I'm looking forward to it. My big times is awesome." Fill up the bullet comments and cover the cold jokes. The bullet comments were densely packed. As usual, the awkward and cold jokes at the beginning of the program passed quickly, and they got to the main topic. The male host. In a few days, version 0 update will arrive, and Galaxy will enter the next version of the storyline. Regarding this, we have obtained first-hand information as well as some unconfirmed rumors. In this episode, we will filter the information for the majority of players and make guesses and analysis for the next version. Then, before we start the analysis, we will first do a comprehensive analysis of the storyline of each planet in the current version. A large part of our source of information comes from the chronicles of events compiled by players for different planets. Here, we thank all the enthusiastic players. This information has provided great convenience for our work. The players were praised by name, and they were very happy. Then, the two hosts summarized the storyline of each novice planet. At this time, the main storyline of each planet had already ended, and they could go through it from beginning to end. The Times also introduced and evaluated the important characters in each storyline. Of course, the commentary was not boring, but was accompanied by screenshots and video data. Every time the story of a planet was mentioned, the players of that planet would be the most active in the bullet comments. The main storyline of these planets was also varied. Planet Winterfrost Lord Zingleth's Incident, Planet Polyden's Arcane Tide, Planet Longsong's Dynasty Split, Planet Summer's Shadow Corporation Incident, Suin's Chaotic Outer Realm Expedition, and so on. These were the core, main storyline, and there were secondary storylines. Just like Blue Star's main storyline was the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization, and the secondary storyline was Bennett's Sanctuary Project. The background of each planet was different, and the feeling that the main storyline gave to the players was also very different. There were modern, sci-fi, magical, mysterious, and indescribable styles. These planets were located all over the place. Most of the players had not entered the galaxy, so they did not know the location of their planet in the universe. However, Han Xiao did. The novice planets were evenly distributed in the various star fields, and planet Aquamarine was the only novice planet in the Shattered Star Ring. Among all the main storylines, Blue Star ended the earliest and received the most attention. There would definitely be a main character in the storyline that was closely related to the events. The two hosts read the script, and finally, it was Blue Star's turn. Speaking of Blue Star's main storyline, we have to mention a character that cannot be avoided. After the Blue Star storyline ended, he was still active in the eyes of the public. He was the first character to lead the players into the galaxy. I believe that the majority of players will not be unfamiliar with his name. The bullet comments went wild. Perhaps they did not know the storyline of the other planets, but almost everyone knew Han Zhao's name. These viewers immediately had a common topic. Black Star is out. Is this the video of Han Black Phantom, Germinal Organization Destroyer, Sanctuary Master, Interstellar Explorer, Prophet, Black Star Mercenary Leader, Materialist, Open Box Trader, Poor-ass Shao? Black Star, you bastard are talking about me behind my back again. 30-second True Men Team request to battle. Our slogan is, in a world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. I want the Dragon Emperor. I want Eroshia. I want to lick them to death. Get lost, screen-licking monster. This time, it was the Blue Star players' turn to be active. The intensity of the bullet comments had reached a whole new level. Spamming was a skill with a bright future, and the Chinese players had always maxed it out. The male host held the script and briefly introduced Han Zhao's life story to the players. Han Zhao, original name Xiao Han, member of the Overmera family. He almost died in an accident and was captured by the Germinal Organization. He was made into a test subject, but the brainwashing failed. He disguised himself for a long time and finally found a flaw. He escaped from the Germinal Organization's control and began his journey to fight against the Germinal Organization. He once joined Stardragon, but he left and became a freelance assassin in the darknet. His codename was Black Phantom. The Germinal Organization chased after him for many years, but they only saw his shadow. He awakened some kind of precognitive ability that allowed him to sense danger in advance. After a period of hibernation, he began his full-scale revenge. He single-handedly directed the Six Nations expedition against the Germinal Organization and snuck into the Germinal Organization's headquarters during this battle. He stole all the confidential information and established the victory for the Six Nations. He became the hero of Blue Star. However, his journey did not end there. One day, he predicted that a disaster would befall the Blue Star, so he used some means to summon a space battleship and led the carefully selected warriors into the galaxy to find solution. Most of the above information came from the Chronicles and was provided by the players. The players collected a lot of information during the exploration period, and Han Zhao's story was public information. In the history of Blue Star, Han Zhao was like the mastermind behind the scenes. Many of the events were related to him in countless ways. In the Chronicles, Han Zhao's name was mentioned countless times. This allowed the new players to learn about the story events that had happened in the past through the information, and they kept increasing Han Zhao's reputation. The Chronicles of version 0 were as vast as the sea, and Han Zhao was still a bright star, a hero in version 0. After talking about the Blue Star story, the version 0 storyline came to an end. The two hosts entered the next segment, which was the theme of this episode, to analyze the new version. According to the information we have made a few guesses. First, in the new version, the players will definitely be connected to the galaxy, leaving their original planet and starting to travel the universe. Second, other than the current 13 beginner planets, the new version will add new birth planets. Based on this point, the new birth planets should be planets that can directly enter the galaxy. Here, we are boldly guessing the difference between the new planets and the old planets. The old planets have to go through a new storyline to enter the galaxy, but the new planets can directly enter the galaxy. The price is that the players on the new planets have to start from scratch with a new account, while the players on the old planets have to inherit their previous high-level accounts. Therefore, whether it is new or old, they have their own advantages. Third, although the storyline of the new version is unknown for the different planets, is definitely the characters that lead to the storyline. There must be clues hidden in the characters. We suggest that we use the characters as a starting point to guess who will lead the next version storyline, and what role will the main character of version 0 play in the new version. The clues for most of the planets are limited, but there is only one exception: Blue Star. Before Black Star left, he left behind a frozen mission, the last position. The mission description is as follows: one day in the future, a catastrophe will engulf Blue Star, and Sanctuary 3 will be the last safe position. Protect the weak light in the darkness, and only then will there be hope to survive the crisis. The mission requirement is to protect Sanctuary 3, and the destruction rate cannot exceed 50%. We have reason to believe that this mission foreshadows the events of Blue Star version 2. 0, an unknown catastrophe that will affect the entire planet, and Black Star will definitely play a role in the catastrophe. Han Xiao had left behind a frozen mission to give the players a direction to think about and use it to increase his fame. Before the version change, there would be a wave of guessing about the new version, and the Times report was within his expectations. Blue Star, Sanctuary 3. Tall steel walls, tight defense turrets. The Sanctuary was now fully formed, like a giant fortress on the wasteland. Han Xiao had left for more than a year, and the current manager of the Sanctuary was Huang Yu. He had built the Sanctuary according to the established strategy, and everything was in order. He had already taken in more than 3 million refugees, and other than these refugees, there were also hundreds of thousands of migrants and humans. Countless players treated Sanctuary 3 as their main city, not only because there were enough daily missions and rewards, but also because the series of decisions made by Han Xiao during his time there had cultivated the players' habits. After the habits were cultivated, the players liked to gather there, set up stalls, trade, and form teams. The residents had very conflicting feelings toward the Inhumans. On one hand, the Inhumans liked to help them, but most people were jealous of the existence of the Inhumans and saw them as aliens. There had always been a sense of estrangement. The square where the players gathered was as dangerous as a special race's gathering place in the eyes of some residents, and they did not dare to go there normally. The Inhumans had helped Bennett build many sanctuaries, but after they were built, most of the Inhumans would return as Sanctuary 3. Huang Yu did not understand why the Inhumans gathered, so he could only attribute the reason to his former boss. He felt that only Black Phantom would know the reason. However, in the past few days, a large number of Inhumans had arrived from all over the world and flooded into the Sanctuary without any warning. This phenomenon had caught Huang Yu's attention. "Have you found out the reason?" In the meeting room of the Sanctuary, Huang Yu asked his subordinates. After he took charge of the Sanctuary, he had built his own team. Everyone in the room was a member of the Dark Net, and they all belonged to Bennett. "No, after gathering intelligence from all over the world, we still haven't found out the reason for the large-scale migration of the Inhumans. Currently, the number of Inhumans in Sanctuary 3 has exceeded 800,000, and it is still increasing. This is not a good sign. Although most of the Inhumans know their place, there is no lack of saboteurs. We have been attacked a few times in the past year. If these Inhumans have other motives, the destruction that 800,000 supers can cause is devastating. If we don't handle it well, Sanctuary 3, which has been built for 2 years, might be destroyed overnight." Huang Yu was worried. Of course, he did not know that the reason the players gathered in Sanctuary 3 was because the New York Times had speculated about the mission that Han Xiao had left behind. Sanctuary 3 was very likely to be a key location in the main storyline, and there was a high chance that it was a safe location. Therefore, before the update, most of the players had decided to come to Sanctuary 3. This way, not only would they be able to enter the main storyline as soon as the new version arrived, but it would also be safer than other places. We have to take precautions against this hidden danger. We have to take measures, Huang Yu said. But the instructions that His Excellency Black Phantom left behind was to not use any hostile tactics against the Inhumans, and to not try to control their freedom, except for those who cause trouble. What we are doing is going against his instructions. Huang Yu shook his head. "I know, but we can't let our guard down against the Inhumans because of this. Black Phantom has been gone for more than a year. If he was here, I wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, he is not here, so we have to be flexible. Then what do you plan to do? Huang Yu said with a deep voice. Divide them. Forbid some of the Inhumans from entering the main city of Sanctuary 3. Chase them to the 2 nearby cities, Overmera or Blackpine. This way, even if there's a riot, it will not happen in the hinterland. Everyone looked at each other. That's what we will do. Inform the managers of the 2 cities and secretly mobilize the army to prevent any accidents. 3 days later, we will officially start dividing the Inhumans. Huang Yu's tone was firm as he confirmed the decision. Suddenly, a wave of sleepiness hit him, and he could not help but yawn. Dark Star, in a hidden mothership base. In a dark conference room, the video conference screen was lit up with a cold light. These people were the upper echelons of Dark Star, and every screen was a blurry figure. Their faces were not shown, and they were extremely mysterious. Even Ghidorah, who had been enemies with Dark Star for many years, only knew a few of the upper echelons. Dark Star was like a cloud of fog that could not be seen clearly, and it was always hidden in the darkness. In the middle of the screen was the leader of Dark Star. It was blurry, and his voice was also mechanically synthesized. What stage has the mutation source grown to? According to the time, it has already passed the larval stage, and all mutation sources will enter the larval stage within 2 months. The effects have already been concealed, and it is estimated that the mutation source will enter the outbreak stage in about a year. However, the exact timing is not possible. After all, we are unable to control the thoughts of the mutation source. The leader of Dark Star said, "Continue to observe. Ghidorah has intercepted a mutation source, and we do not know the extent of their research. The plan needs to be changed, and we cannot wait for the mutation source to grow naturally. After the symptoms break out, we have to take some action, and we will discuss the details later." Anner, how is Ashes? The last sentence was directed at Anner, one of Dark Star's grade A supers and Ashes' teacher. A voice sounded from the screen representing Anner. I told him to focus on training his Esper ability, and his progress is not bad. His strength has clearly increased, and given some time, the chances of him entering the Calamity grade is more than 20%. Rogo died in battle, and Vimera is locked up in the Rainbow Prison. We urgently need to replenish our high-level combatants, and Ashes is currently the most promising candidate to reach grade A supers. His Esper ability is very strong, so tell him that I have high hopes for him. Then, let's end the meeting. Chapter 426. This celebrity had a large number of fans in the few star clusters in the Shattered Star Ring. He was a singer, and due to the power of the media, his influence was not limited by physical distance. This performance was to celebrate the New Phylon Alliance's traditional festival of reunification. This was a tradition every year, and this singer was the most popular one among the invited members. The venue of the performance was a holiday spaceship called Wine and Celebration. Those who could watch the performance were all nobles and wealthy merchants of the New Phylon Alliance. If he wanted to get in touch with the target, he would have to go to the venue. Then, the problem was, how would he get the tickets? You want to go to the Unification Day celebration? After knowing the destination of the spaceship, Sylvia rolled her eyes and said, "Stop dreaming. The people who can watch the performance every year are all big shots of New Phylon, political leaders, military leaders, senior officials, and merchants who contribute astronomical amounts of tax every year. With so many big shots gathered together, the security is extremely tight. Don't even think about sneaking in. You might be mistaken for an assassination attempt." Han Xiao glanced at her and said, "Have you finished memorizing the book I gave you last time?" Hearing that, Sylvia's aura instantly weakened. She mumbled, "Isn't there still one more day before the test? By the way, you're a citizen of New Phylon. Don't you want to go and take a look? Who doesn't want to go to the celebration? But ordinary people like us can only watch it on TV." Sylvia curled her lips and there was a hint of yearning in her tone. Unification Day was to commemorate the day when the various countries of the Newfoundland Alliance were reunited after the division. It had a huge meaning to the people of Newfoundland. It was similar to National Day in Han Zhao's previous life. Sylvia wanted to go every year. Originally, with Langley's official position, he had the right to bring her into the venue. However, Langley was a traitor and a spy. Now that she had become a mercenary, she no longer had the chance to enter the celebration, so she could only bury this little dream. Mercenaries were powerful, but their social status was not high. After all, most galactic residents lived a peaceful life. Only when they encountered trouble that needed to be solved by force would they think of experts to deal with such matters. Naturally, they were not willing to deal with dangerous mercenaries. Furthermore, most of the mercenaries were free galactic people with no nationality. Although Han Xiao had worked with the Newfoundland Alliance before, the most he could do was request to see the prisoner. He was not qualified to participate in the celebration. Of course, nothing was absolute. With floating dragons background, if Han Xiao could pull Ames over, he did not believe that the Newfoundland Alliance would dare not invite the Dragon Emperor in. Not only that, she would definitely be given a first-class VIP seat, on the same level as the leader of the Alliance. What? You don't want to give face to the Dragon Emperor? Have you ever seen a brick the size of a planet? Therefore, it was really comfortable to have strength. When one's strength reached a certain level, there was no need to make a move. It was enough to show off. Han Xiao touched his chin and muttered, "Since you want to go to the scene, I'll take you with me. It's just a matter of convenience." Sylvia was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Do you really have a tickets?" "Impossible. I don't need a ticket." Han Xiao waved his hand. "Someone will invite me in." "I don't believe you." Sylvia obviously did not have much confidence. She paused and said, "Plus, I still have to memorize books." All right, I'll give you a day off." Han Xiao laughed and shook his head. "There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it." Haluz came over and said expressionlessly, "Let me guess, do I have to stay and watch the ship?" "Wow, my brother, we're really getting more and more in sync." Han Xiao clapped exaggeratedly, and Haluz had a helpless expression. Wine and celebration was parked at the dock of the main planet of Newfoundland. This was a huge spaceship that was relatively flat in the shape of a hexagon. Countless frigates surrounded it. For the Unification Day celebration, this dock was closed for the day and used to welcome all the guests. In the main hall of the dock, a huge crowd was gathered there. These were all Newfoundland citizens who had come to watch the boarding ceremony. All the performers and political leaders would board the ship through a passage in the dock. This was a ceremony that signaled the start of the Unification Day celebration. It was also the only chance for normal citizens to get close to the scene, so there were many people, and it was extremely crowded. At this time, Han Xiao was in the crowd. The crowd moved around him, but he did not move. Sylvia grabbed onto his clothes tightly to prevent herself from being pushed away. At the edge of the crowd were rows of soldiers to maintain order, preventing anyone from rushing to the boarding road. The soldiers on this road frequently looked at Han Xiao with warning and caution in their eyes. Clearly, they could see that Han Xiao was a super who posed an extremely high threat. "Black Star, I want to ask you one last time." Sylvia's voice trembled, and she kept swallowing her saliva. "We're really not going to cause a commotion and rush to the spaceship, right? Although I've given you the next 10 years, don't let me die so quickly." Han Xiao was too lazy to answer and waited silently. After a while, the crowd in the distance started to riot. The important figures finally started to board the ship under the accompaniment of the guards. The crowd let out deafening cheers. These important figures had kind smiles on their faces and waved to the crowd as they walked. Han Xiao had a feeling that they would say, "Thank you for your hard work, comrades." They're starting to board the ship. Wow, that's the Alliance's chairman. I used to see him on TV a lot. Sylvia did not have time to scold him. She quickly stretched her neck and let out a series of exclamations. She did not believe that Han Xiao would be able to enter the scene from the very beginning. Now that they had started to board the ship, and Han Xiao was still there, it meant that he was not one of the people boarding the ship. However, Sylvia did not expose him. She was already very satisfied to be able to watch the boarding ceremony. In the past, her father did not allow her to come, so this was the first time she had seen the Unification Day celebration spaceship up close. Even if she cannot board, she was still quite happy. Although Langley was a rebel, he taught his daughter, Sylvia, to love her country very much. One by one, the people walked over. Suddenly, an even louder voice came from afar, surging like waves. Han Xiao looked up and saw a group of assistants escorting a humanoid creature with a light veil walking over slowly. The masked person revealed a pair of eyes with black eyeshadow, exuding a flirtatious aura. Even the solemn blue robe could not hide the charm he exuded. Chun Xing, Chun Xing. The cheers were like a tsunami. Han Xiao nodded silently. This was the person who had triggered the mission, the singer whose stage name was Chun Xing. Hearing the ear-shattering cheers, one could tell how successful this person's career was. By the way, this person was a male. When passing by the section of the road where Han Xiao was, Chun Xing suddenly stopped and slowly turned his head. His gaze pierced through the crowd and accurately locked onto Han Xiao. The next moment, he walked over directly. The crowd immediately boiled over, wanting to rush up and touch their idol. The soldiers held back the crowd tightly, almost causing a stampede. They gritted their teeth and said, "Your Excellency Chun Xing, please don't come near. It's not safe here. It's okay. No one will hurt me." Chun Xing spoke. His voice was gentle, extremely pleasant, and as pure as water. Those who heard it all felt their hearts calm down. The commotion in the crowd magically stopped, and he walked into the crowd. The crowd spontaneously opened up a path. Finally, Chun Xing stopped in front of Han Xiao. Under the gazes of everyone, he smiled lightly and said, "Hello, I hope to have the honor of inviting you to personally watch my performance. The chapter count made me a little flustered, so I wrote an extra chapter. There's more to come. NT." Chapter 427. The sound of people sucking in a breath of air could be heard, and the surrounding crowd looked over in disbelief, envy, and jealousy. The people around Han Xiao hurriedly backed away, making him stand out. Who is this guy? What's his relationship with Chun Xing? Why did they pick him? What a lucky guy. Damn it, why can't it be me? Han Xiao's expression did not change, and he nodded. Sure, please follow me. Chun Xing turned around, and Han Xiao followed behind. Chun Xing's assistant contacted the organizers, and the officials quickly found out about Han Xiao's identity. It turned out that he was a mercenary that they had worked with before, and he had Floating Dragon's background, so he could be trusted. Although it was not appropriate to let a mercenary enter the venue, they still agreed to this request on account of Han Xiao's clean background and Chun Xing's face. They walked through the passage and boarded the celebration spaceship. Along the way, Sylvia was in a daze, not understanding what had happened. She had boarded the celebration that she had always dreamed of just like that. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly pulled Han Xiao's clothes and said in surprise, "You really did it? Based on my understanding of you, your memory doesn't seem to have dropped to the level of being retarded. Maybe I should let you memorize a few more books to train?" Han Xiao stared at Chun Xing's back and did not look away. "I thought you were lying." Sylvia did not know what to say. It was really like what Han Xiao had said. The two of them had been invited onto the spaceship, but she would never have dreamed that the person who invited them would be Chun Xing. Furthermore, it seemed like it was an impromptu decision. She suppressed her excitement and asked impatiently, "How did you do it?" "No amount of people can hide my charm," Han Xiao said perfunctorily. The real reason was naturally the mysterious statue that Han Xiao had with him. Chun Xing had a special perception of the psychic current contained in the statue. As long as it was within a certain range, it would definitely attract his attention. Therefore, Han Xiao knew that Chun Xing would invite him onto the spaceship because of this. After everyone boarded the ship, the major cities on the main planet let off a series of fireworks. Then, the wine and celebration took off with a rumble orbiting around the main planet of Pharaon. The body of the ship emitted brilliant lights, and when the people on the surface looked up, they could also see the giant spaceship that was like an orbiting celestial body. Han Xiao was arranged to sit in the VIP room of Chen Xing's team. Chen Xing did not talk to him immediately. Instead, he went to prepare for the program. He instructed his assistant that if Han Xiao asked why he was invited, he was to tell him that he would meet with him privately after the ceremony. However, the assistant waited for a long time, but Han Xiao did not show any curiosity. After entering the room, he closed his eyes and rested, as if he did not care at all about why he was invited. After waiting for a long time, the assistant had no choice but to speak first. Your Excellency, Chen Xing wishes to speak with you after the ceremony. Please be patient and enjoy the performance. Han Xiao was a man of few words. In fact, he knew everything about Chen Xing and had no intention of asking. After a while, the audience sat down. Cheong, you're a galactic mercenary, so I would like to ask you to help me find the last 2 statues. For this, I will pay you a reward. How about 100,000 anus? 10. Sylvia almost suffocated. Wasn't this a little too extravagant? Han Xiao was not surprised. It was very normal for celebrities to be rich. Furthermore, this mission was famous in his previous life because the reward did not match the difficulty of the mission at all. Sure, do you have any requests? Han Xiao's lips curled up slightly. As for requests, Chen Xing tapped his lips with his finger. Of course, the faster the better. You have triggered a grade C mission. Find the statues. Mission introduction. A singer named Chen Xing is collecting a special type of statue. He hopes that you can find the remaining statues for him. Mission requirements. Find the other 2 mysterious statues. Note, when you have 2 statues, you will notice if there are other statues within a certain range. Basic reward. 10 anas, 110 EXP. After the mission ends, a rating will be given based on the time taken. The shorter the time taken, the higher the rating, and additional rewards will be given. How about the mission? Han Xiao squinted his eyes. This was the mission that he had specifically wanted to trigger. He had searched through his memory and listed the most suitable missions for him to get a high rating. Searching for the items was not difficult, but it was very time-consuming. He had to run around to find the location of the other statues and ask for information from many people. The process was very complicated, and time was the basis of the rating. However, to Han Xiao, it was not difficult at all. Thanks to the players in his previous life, he knew the location of the last 2 statues himself, so he could skip the search process and go straight to the root of the problem. There was no doubt that he would get a high rating. He did not want to go straight to grade A, so he had to take a roundabout route and use the chance of a random reward to draw a mission completion card. The reward of the mission itself was not important. The random reward was the key. NT. Chapter 428. Take this statue and find the other 2 as soon as possible, Chen Xing said. Han Xiao sized up the new statue. It was a faceless humanoid creature with its face facing upwards. There was a huge eye on its chest, which was also very strange. After holding it in his hand, the item description on the interface was the same, but there was an additional remark. Keeping the 2 statues, Han Xiao asked, for the sake of 100,000 anas, I'll accept this job. Where do I go to find you after I'm done? My schedule is very full. Anyway, you won't be able to find them all in a short time. I'll give you my assistant's number later. When you're done, just inform him. Chen Xing smiled. Although he knew the location of the statues, Han Xiao did not choose to collect all 3 before coming over. Otherwise, it would be very suspicious. At least for now, Chen Xing thought that meeting Han Xiao was just luck. Chen Xing was also looking for the statues, but he had not been able to find them. Only with 2 statues could he sense the location of the other statues in a larger range. If not for the fact that he was very sensitive to the psychic frequency of the statues, Chen Xing would not have been able to find Han Xiao in the crowd. He did not expect to meet another statue during this performance. Although Chen Xing was smiling lightly, Han Xiao knew that this guy was very excited in his heart. Chen Xing explained that he was a collector, but of course, it was nonsense. Han Xiao knew everything about him. This singer was a psychic and used his voice to display his psychic power. Although it looked soft and weak, If Chunxing was willing, he could use a few banshee's howls and soul-high notes at any time. His combat power was at least grade B. It was also because of his psychic power that his voice was so shocking. These 4 statues had a special effect on Chunxing, which could increase his psychic power. The 4 statues were originally a set of sacrificial totems from the Arcane Church. They were prayed to day and night by the believers. The Arcane Church and the Red Empire were different from the Radiant Federation's liberalism. This universal civilization had a strong religious culture and was very mysterious. In the understanding of most planetary and star system civilizations, religious beliefs were only spiritual comfort and enlightenment. At most, they could guide living beings to choose a different worldview to face life. Some civilizations even saw religion as a tumor of society. However, there were many ways to evolve. Most religions worshipped imaginary gods, but some actually existed. The Arcane Church was lucky to be the latter. In the beginning, they were also barbarians. However, unlike the slash-and-burn cultivation of science and technology or the awakening of magic, their ancestors found a way to communicate with real gods. When the gods they worshipped could actually give back to their believers, and when religious worship could make technology and society progress, the structure and atmosphere of their civilization were naturally different from most technological or magic civilizations. What was a god? In terms of magic, it should be a magical entity with immense power, just like how some mages could obtain power through signing contracts. To explain it in terms of technology, gods were just high-dimensional life forms that couldn't be discovered by regular species with their senses. Most of the images that high-dimensional life forms projected into the real world were strange and bizarre, so those that didn't look unique were basically fake gods. In these 2 explanations, the relationship between believers and gods was usually mutually beneficial. However, the more developed a civilization was, the more careful they would be in their research on gods. They would never jump to conclusions. The Arcane Church had its own explanation for the existence of gods. They also had an incredible technology that could make the object of their faith into a real existence. For example, if a religious god was imaginary, the Arcane Church could make it real. Of course, according to their explanation, all the gods already existed and were waiting to be worshipped. We were just building a bridge for the lost pursuers. In short, it was all very mysterious. Han Technician wasn't interested in it. Therefore, other than the supreme spirit that they worshipped, the Arcane Church also gathered believers of countless other religions. It was the common holy land of all the religions in the universe. These 4 statues were the totems of a certain religion that had materialized a god. They gathered the will to worship for a long time. Most of this was information that Han Xiao had read from various documents. The 3 universal civilizations all had incredible abilities. Of course, he didn't care about such a huge problem at the moment. His only goal was to complete this mission. After the celebration ended, Han Xiao bade farewell to Chunxing and returned to the rented spaceship. "Did you get anything?" Haluz asked curiously. I received 100,000 anas for a job." "Oh, that's quite a lot." Haluz was surprised. "If I save more money, I'll be able to buy a decent spaceship." "There's no need for that at the moment. Fuel consumption, maintenance, changing parts, and upgrading equipment all cost money." Han Xiao waved his hands. At the very least, he had to wait until he could repair spaceships with his technology. Only then would he be able to greatly reduce the cost. After all, maintaining a spaceship was more expensive than buying one. In his previous life, the players only had spaceships in the later versions. Before that, only the large guilds would maintain spaceships. Intercepting the spaceships of the gray organizations and selling them to the shipyards at cost price was a way to make money. If there was a chance, he could work with the large mercenary groups. However, he would most likely only be able to get a bonus. In an aerial battle, the spaceships were the main force unless he was asked to pilot the spaceship. After setting the destination, the spaceship rumbled and took off. Because he was familiar with the main points of the mission, Han Xiao did not need to waste time. A statue was buried underground on a desolate planet. He just needed to go there and take it. The normal way was to gather information and do a carpet search. The most difficult steps were all avoided by him. There were no twists and turns on this trip. He landed on the planet, went straight to the location, and dug out the third mysterious statue. Other than the time he had to spend on the way, he did not waste a single second. According to the experience of the players, he had saved at least 20 days. However, the last statue had an owner. For this mission, they had already traveled through many regions. This time, they returned to the Terralam star cluster and entered star zone 4 of the East River star system. Planet Secret Blue. There's a civilization on this planet. The galactic civilization that discovered this planet did not communicate with the local civilization for unknown reasons, nor did they expose their whereabouts. This means that the civilization on planet Secret Blue does not know that they have guests and does not know the exact appearance of the universe's organizations. In other words, they are natives, even more natives than Blue Star. However, the geography of this planet, or its astronomical position, is special. It happens to be on the route of a wormhole group. Therefore, a lot of space trash often falls on their planet. Han Xiao opened the star map and introduced it to everyone. The extraterrestrial item allowed them to reverse engineer some technology that was beyond their level. However, due to the difference in technology, the benefits they gained from it were limited. At the same time, this trash allowed them to know that there are other civilizations in the universe, but that's all they know. It's worth mentioning that this space trash from different civilizations showed planet Secret Blue different technological systems. Therefore, in the early stages of the civilization's development, they started to study different technological systems at the same time. Magic technology, runes, crystals, and so on. It's not necessarily a good thing for a fledgling civilization. In short, their technological level hasn't reached the level of spaceflight yet. Han Xiao tapped the screen and said with a deep voice, "The last space trash is the space trash. And the last statue is the space junk that fell on this planet. It is regarded as a product of a new technology by a local force and is tightly controlled." One of the Volga brothers asked, "Boss, what do you plan to do?" "Directly descend and make a request. If they don't give it to us, we'll beat them until they give in." Han Zhao's tone was resolute. Peluz was stunned. "That's not good. Why don't we negotiate and give them some information about the universe's environment in exchange for the statue?" Han Xiao shook his head. In his previous life, the players who did the mission thought the same. Due to the difference in technology, Planet Secret Blue was divided into different organizations and fought among themselves. After choosing to negotiate, the organization that owned the statue thought that it was a rare commodity and demanded a lot. First, they asked for a lot of information about the universe, which the players did. Then, they asked for a lot of advanced knowledge and technology, which the players did as well. In the end, the other party even asked for a galactic visitor to conquer the other organizations for them. The players finally gave up. After a fierce fight, the other party finally handed over the statue obediently, which proved that the negotiation earlier was meaningless. They might as well give them a full set of door-kicking service from the beginning. When dealing with such a troublesome target, if one did not show their strength, the other party would think that they would grant their request. Of course, if they could really patiently satisfy the other party's request, they would still be able to get the statue and trigger other missions. However, to Han Xiao, violence was obviously the most convenient option. Since that was the case, Han Xiao did not want to waste any time. He chose to airdrop and kick the door. Northwest of planet Secret Blue, City of Runes. This was a city built by rune technology. It was located in the middle of a forest. The buildings were engraved with curved runes, shining with blue and white light. The architectural style was mainly slender, light, and triangular. There was a tall obelisk engraved with energy absorption runes every set distance. The obelisks that were everywhere were the energy core of the city. There were no walls at the edge of the city, so the buildings gradually lowered and turned into villages that extended all the way into the forest. Many years ago, some space junk had landed here, and it contained the secrets of rune technology. The pioneers had reverse-engineered some of the technology and slowly built this city. It was now one of the few major organizations on planet Secret Blue. It was nighttime. In the forest 40 kilometers away from the city of runes, dozens of people had built a temporary camp. The bonfire rune glowed with a stable red light, spreading warmth. Everyone sat around it, wearing leather jackets and armor with runes engraved on them. Beast-repellent runes were set up at the edge of the camp. They glowed green and made the beasts and insects that roamed in the darkness retreat. A young man rubbed his hands and said with anticipation, "Captain, how much can we sell this batch of goods for in the black market of the City of Runes?" The captain was a skinny man who looked like a rat. He chuckled and said, "Someone is secretly buying space junk in the City of Runes. We can earn at least 8,000 fess with this batch of goods." This was a smuggling gang that sold space junk. Every once in a while, there would be space junk spat out by wormholes that would land in different locations on the planet. This junk had research value, so all the organizations were trying to collect it. However, there would always be some that escaped. Therefore, the space junk black market was born to buy these things from outer space, and the smugglers were groups that searched everywhere for space junk to sell to the black market. Whoosh! At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound. The sound became louder and louder, like a knife cutting through the silence of the night. They hurriedly got up and looked, only to see a group of fire meteors in the night sky, flying in their direction. The smugglers were all too familiar with this sound. Joy appeared on their faces. Space junk! The meteor quickly approached and flew over their heads, creating a strong wind. The forest swayed, and the leaves rustled. Then, the meteor landed not far away and broke a small patch of trees. Boom! The ground shook. Everyone staggered and almost fell. Not far away, fire and smoke rose. The captain took a look and was overjoyed. "We're lucky. This space junk landed very close to us. Before the City of Runes collection team arrives, we could take the trash away." The group of smugglers hurriedly moved and rushed to the scene. In front of them was an impact crater with smoke billowing out. In the middle of the crater was an egg-shaped metal object about 5 meters tall. "What's this?" The smugglers sized it up curiously. "Don't just stand there. Move it away," the captain urged. Just as everyone was about to move forward, a trembling explosion sounded in the forest. A small crater appeared in the ground in front of the smuggler's captain. "Everyone, don't get close." A deep voice sounded from the other side of the forest. As soon as the voice sounded, another group of people appeared from the forest. They were wearing metal armor, equipped with grenades and rifles. One of them was wearing infrared sniper glasses, and the muzzle of the gun in his hand was smoking. The sound just now was the sound of gunpowder. Iron Fire Castle's troops. The smugglers' expressions changed. Iron Fire Castle was also one of the major organizations on planet Secret Blue. They had the technology of metal, gunpowder, and machinery. Their mechanical tanks were the most troublesome existence on the battlefield for the major organizations. It wasn't just these people. More teams were rapidly approaching, and this new space junk was like a whirlpool, drawing in all the other teams in the forest. These teams had different styles. They were all on guard and eyeing each other. In an organization's territory, the other organizations would always plant troops there. The purpose was to snatch the space junk that landed near the enemy's territory and prevent the enemy from obtaining new opportunities. However, if they cannot snatch it, then Chapter 429. Iron Fire Castle, Arcane Academy, Crystal Mountain, Purple Sea Islands, Card Peak. 5 teams from different forces surrounded the airdrop pod in the center, facing each other. When the smugglers at the side saw this, they immediately cowered and did not dare to approach. They hurriedly retreated into the forest and observed secretly while trembling in fear. Every time space trash fell, it was a treasure that all the organizations were determined to get. This one landed near the City of Runes. All the teams present knew that time was tight and immediately attacked. Tut, tut, tut. The warriors of Iron Fire Castle were the first to open fire. Their rifles spat out tongues of flame, and bullets rained down in all directions. Gunpowder and firearms with a special technology of Iron Fire Castle. Most of the people present dodged to avoid the bullets, except for the warriors of Card Peak. These people were wearing strange instruments on their arms, similar to brass-colored armors. They were shaped like small discs, and there were many card slots on the sides of the discs. This was the core technology of the Card Peak's battle card. These people took out a bright and colorful card from the center of the discs and inserted it into the card slots. The next second, there was a sudden change. Buzz! A light blue energy shield formed in front of the round plates. The bullets created ripples when they hit the shield, blocking all the attacks. Obviously, this was a product of another system. The extraterrestrial item of Card Peak contained the technology of using cards as carriers to store, convert, and use energy. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the warriors of the other organizations began to attack. They were engaged in a chaotic battle. All kinds of energy radiances flickered in the forest as they roared incessantly. Grenades pierced through arcane shields, sharp claws cut through metal gun barrels, and sparks flew. The spears created by the cards pierced through the expanded and strengthened bodies. The boiling blood in the bodies spurted out, giving off white smoke and sizzling sounds. The radiation released by the crystal shattered the battle cards, and the torn cards exploded into light fragments that filled the sky. The energy dissipated, turning into a shockwave that blew up the humus on the ground nearby, and black soil splashed everywhere. These were all the elite warriors of their organizations. The arcane attacks of Arcane Academy, the crystal energy of Crystal Mountain, the battle transformation potion of Purple Sea Islands. Different battle techniques collided with each other. No matter who got close to the space trash in the center, they would be attacked together. The 5 parties were in a stalemate. Woo! All of a sudden, the sound of a horn came from the forest in the distance. Everyone's expression changed. That's the City of Rune's soldier number. Their search team is almost here. The sniper of Steelfire Castle adjusted his scope and saw a large group of creatures approaching quickly. So he said in a serious tone, "It's too late. We can't let the City of Runes take what we can't get. Prepare the explosives and blow up this falling object." The captain of the Iron Fire Fortress shouted. His subordinates took out all kinds of detonators and grenades and threw them at the airdrop cabin. The other forces did not want to be left behind. They all took out destructive weapons and attacked the airdrop pod. These people had the same idea of not wanting to support the enemy. Rumble. The sound of the explosion shook the night. The expanding flames mixed with black smoke rose and covered the airdrop cabin. Continue. Space junk that could fall to a planet was usually very hard, but even so, they had to do their best to cause damage so that it would be difficult for hostile forces to study it. Just as these people were preparing for the second round of fire, there was a clear sound of an air pump reducing pressure coming from the space junk in the middle, and the hatch slid open. Everyone saw a figure moving in the smoke, followed by a strange voice, but it was in their language. "Have you guys had enough?" Pushing aside the smoke, Han Xiao walked out in large strides. He had landed with his physical body and did not activate the Void Dragon mechanical suit. This broken airdrop cabin gave him a headache, and the internal system crashed during the collision. He could not even open the door. It was a disgrace to the airdrop world. It took him a while to restart the system. He could hear all the sounds of battle outside. Although the various forces on Planet Secret Blue had so-called supernatural weapons, in his opinion, the level of technology was very low and the power was mediocre. Even if he did not wear a mechanical suit, the enemy would have a hard time breaking through his defense. Han Xiao did not care about the battle outside at all, but these people wanted to blow up the airdrop cabin. This was intolerable. If the rental broke, they had to pay for it. As soon as Han Xiao appeared, the scene froze. Dead silence spread. These soldiers stared at Han Xiao blankly. Their expressions seemed to have frozen, and the shock was frozen on their faces. Even the smugglers who were secretly observing from the side opened their mouths wide, dumbfounded. Alien, alien, The space trash in the past was all inanimate objects. This was the first living creature, an alien from the endless universe. Fear, shock, greed, countless emotions flashed across the faces of these soldiers. Everyone's breathing became heavy, and they had the same thought at the same time. We have to get the alien. He's too valuable. At this time, footsteps sounded in the forest, and a large group of City of Runes guards finally arrived at the scene. 200 people, wearing standard guard armor, 100 melee guards with shields and swords, and 100 archers with short crossbows. Runes were carved on the surface of their weapons and armor to increase attack and defense, as well as strengthen the body. The expressions of the soldiers from Steel Fire Castle and the other organizations changed. It's the elite guerrilla team of City of Runes. We've wasted too much time. Put down your weapons. The commander of the Rune Force yelled. He looked at the airdrop cabin at the crash site and then looked at Han Shao beside it. After some analysis, he came to the same conclusion as the others. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock. He decisively ordered, "Surround them and chase the enemy away. This is the territory of the City of Runes. No one can take what's ours." The faces of the soldiers from the other organizations were solemn, and they quickly backed off. They had too few people, so they did not dare get surrounded. According to the usual practice, they would try their best to destroy what they could not get. However, the alien was too precious. Many people could not make up their minds. Should they really kill the alien? This was unprecedented. Perhaps they should not do this. The eyes of the Steel Fire Castle's captain were fierce, and his murderous intent rose. He clenched his teeth and ordered, "Don't worry so much. Our duty is to follow orders. Since we can't get that alien, we can't let the City of Runes get him. Fire!" Hearing that, the sniper raised his gun and aimed at Han Zhao's forehead before pulling the trigger. *T. The expression of the commander of the Rune Force changed drastically. Bang! The gunshot was deafening. Everyone hurriedly looked at the alien in the middle. Han Shao tilted his head and slowly turned back. There was a white mark on his forehead with smoke coming out of it. However, his skin was not even scratched. In the Blue Star, even a Grade C could take on gunpowder guns head-on. A Grade B would not be afraid at all. Although he was a mechanic, his health and resistance were even higher than pugilists who trained their bodies. Crude gunpowder weapons would not be able to break through his defense. Shock and astonishment appeared on everyone's faces, as if their expressions had changed. Only then did they realize that the guy in front of them was not an inanimate object that they could fight over, but a mysterious guest from space. Danger level: unknown. 0 damage. Han Shao touched his forehead and raised his brows. He did not even bother to put on his mechanical suit. With a flash of mechanical force, dozens of Black Panther mechanical beasts appeared in the blink of an eye and pounced forward. Be it the soldiers from the other organizations at the beginning or the City of Runes guards that arrived later, they were all his targets. The situation changed drastically. The mechanical beasts brazenly pounced forward, and everyone hurriedly met them head-on, losing their heads out of fear. However, when all sorts of weapons landed on the mechanical beast bodies, they could only create sparks on the armor. It was a completely one-sided battle, and the mechanical beasts easily defeated everyone. Whoosh! A few razor-sharp tails pierced into the sniper's chest, and blood flowed out from his mouth. Before he could cry out in pain, the few mechanical beasts around him pulled their tails, and the sniper's body was torn into pieces like a broken sack. The stench quickly spread. These things are all mechanical beasts. The captain of the Iron Fire Castle team shouted in disbelief. This alien's technology was the same as theirs, and the strength of the mechanical beasts deeply shocked them. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and everyone was lying on the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and screams could be heard. Other than the soldiers of the Iron Fire Castle, Han Shao did not kill anyone else. After all, he needed someone to pass the message. The smugglers in the forest had escaped death, and their legs were trembling with fear. Many people were so scared that they sat on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he defeated 200 to 300 elite soldiers. This alien is terrifying. The chaotic situation was suppressed, and the local soldiers all calmed down. The mechanical beasts returned to Han Zhao's side, folded themselves into compressed orbs, and rolled into Han Zhao's pocket. This incomprehensible scene shocked all the wounded soldiers on the ground. Han Zhao glanced at them and calmly said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm a mercenary from space. I came to your planet specifically to find a strange wooden statue. According to my senses, the statue is in that city not far away. If you're willing to hand it over, I can exchange some information about the universe's environment with you. If you refuse, this place is not far away from that city, so I'll go and get it myself. Time is limited. I hope to get your reply before tomorrow morning." Through the translation device, his words became the language of Planet's Secret Blue. Everyone was shocked. Seeing that Han Zhao did not plan to kill, they could only suppress their chaotic thoughts and stand up carefully. They supported each other and retreated in panic. The soldiers of different organizations left without any more conflicts. They were rushing back to report to Han Zhao. This was the most important thing. The ground was a mess, and the smugglers had run away. Han Zhao did not care about them. The political structure of this planet is very low level. A technology can create a city, and a city is equivalent to a political system. My arrival is big news to them. Because there is no connection to the galaxy, there is no systematic super knowledge here. There's only their personal strength system or some incomplete super information. Their individual strength level is very weak. The highest is grade C, and their numbers are even lower than blue stars. With his grade B strength, he could wipe out this planet. Even though grade Bs were common in the galaxy and were not difficult to kill, they were almost invincible on a lower-level planet. The organizations on Planet Secret Blue only had the advantage of numbers against him. Han Zhao smiled. Mechanics were the least afraid of being ganged up on. However, the organizations on Planet Secret Blue might have some powerful weapons as their trump cards. Han Zhao did not ignore this possibility. After receiving my news, the best result is naturally for the City of Runes to hand over the statue, but the possibility is not high. Han Zhao shook his head. He knew how arrogant these people were. They would most likely not compromise. If he waited here for a day, what he would face the next morning would not be a smiling face, but an army. However, this was Han Zhao's plan. He would leave one night for the City of Runes to gather the army, so he could destroy the enemy's mentality and save time. He loved to see the enemy's confident look the most. Haluz and the others were still on the spaceship. It would be easier to shock the enemy if he came alone. Although he had 3 statues and could locate the last one, which made it easier to steal, Han Zhao did not want to go through so much trouble. Steal? That's still unparalleled. This time, he finally did not need to use his brain and could solve the problem with his fists. He was overjoyed and could not wait to use his sword to kill pigs and sheep. Facing the encirclement of thousands of people alone, if I win, I can trigger an achievement talent. I think it's called 1 against 1,000 men. Han Zhao suddenly remembered. Looking at the mess on the ground, Han Zhao climbed to the top of the airdrop cabin, closed his eyes, and started to wait. That night, the news of the alien's arrival was quickly sent to the organizations by the surviving warriors. This was the first alien to arrive. Alive, the City of Runes was shocked. The entire Planet Secret Blue was shocked. Chapter 430. Han Zhao's arrival caused a huge commotion. The Lord of Runes was the ruler of the City of Runes. He had fallen asleep early and was woken up by this news. He quickly dressed and called for an emergency meeting. In the hall of the central tower, the high-ranking officials of the city rushed over. They were all sleepy, and some were even wiping their eyes. Outside the tower was the night sky. The moonlight passed through the white stone railings, leaving behind a mottled silhouette. In the hall, illumination runes shone brightly. The Lord of Runes was an old man with deep wrinkles. He wore a luxurious robe and held a scepter. He had a strange expression on his face. I'm sure everyone knows the situation. An alien who calls himself a mercenary has arrived and wants an extraterrestrial item in our hands. According to our intelligence, he used some kind of mechanical beast and easily defeated 200 rune guards. Now, he's in the forest outside, waiting for our reply. Do you have any opinions? The alien has a lot of information about the universe. He said that he's willing to use some information to exchange for the statue. I think we can consider it, an official said. His position was similar to that of the Hand of the King. He then changed the topic and said, however, the thing that the alien wants must be extremely valuable. From his perspective, he might want to take advantage of us not knowing the use of the statue and use some simple information to exchange for the item. I don't think we should compromise so easily. It's best to check the statue first. You're right. The Lord of Runes nodded. Very soon, the guard took the statue from the warehouse. This was something that had fallen on the planet many years ago. It had existed since the previous Lord of Runes. Because they could not discover the secret of the statue, most of the researchers who had been in contact with it for a long time had developed mental problems. Therefore, it had been sealed in the warehouse and was categorized as an undeciphered extraterrestrial item. Due to the alien's request, the statue was now valued again. This thing was definitely not simple. The Lord of Runes was not willing to hand it over just like that, even if they could not discover the secret behind it. This was a treasure that the aliens would not hesitate to search for over 1,000 mountains and rivers. The alien gave us a deadline of tomorrow. We only have one night to consider. The Lord of Runes narrowed his eyes. If we can capture the alien, not only will we be able to study the body of universal species, but we'll also be able to obtain all his knowledge. This is a chance to surpass the other organizations. This person was the general in charge of the army. He wore heavy armor, and his tone was murderous. He's just one person. He might have other companions. Moreover, he can descend to this planet. He's not easy to deal with. I feel that we shouldn't clash with him, another person said. The officials were divided into two factions. One felt that it was better to accept the conditions of the aliens, while the other was greedy. They wanted to capture the aliens and squeeze all the benefits out of them. The latter had more people. Because they had seen many things from outer space, they were not completely ignorant of the interstellar people. Instead, they were mostly curious. Planet Secret Blue couldn't research the extraterrestrial objects that were too high-tech. They had only scratched the surface, but a little knowledge could easily lead to arrogance and arrogance. Without a deep understanding, one would take things for granted. Furthermore, the entire planet Secret Blue did not have much of an idea of the strength of the Black Star Troopers. The fact that Han Xiao had come alone gave them courage. These pro-war factions offered strategies to deal with the extraterrestrials. We have one night. It's enough to mobilize tens of thousands of guards and quietly surround that area. We'll use the Forbidden Rune suits. The most elite warriors will be able to bear the burden. Then, we'll equip them with large rune engineering weapons. It'll be enough to crush the aliens. They definitely won't expect us to ambush them. The Lord of Runes' eyes flickered. He pondered for a long time, wavering between peaceful communication and greed. In the end, he made a decision. He would not satisfy the alien's deal. If he could capture the alien, all the benefits would be his. He glanced at the officials and said, "Mobilize the troops and use the strongest weapons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we're too careful, we'll miss it. We have to capture the aliens." The first ray of morning light peeked out from the dark sky. The colors seemed to be slightly cold. It passed through the forest and landed on Han Xiao, who was sitting quietly like a rock. Han Xiao's eyelashes moved, and he opened his eyes. The refreshing cold morning mist slowly spread in the forest and stuck to his skin, leaving behind a cool and wet feeling. Han Xiao, who had not slept for the entire night, felt slightly refreshed. It's morning. The enemy should be here soon. A few drops of water fell on his face. Looking up at the sky, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Looks like it's going to rain. The rain fell quickly. In the early morning, it was rustling and pattering, and the leaves fell through the forest. Han Xiao stood up and looked at the forest around him. The swaying shadows of the trees gave off a mysterious atmosphere. In the dark forest, he felt a faint murderous intent. It was mixed with the dampness and seemed to be a little sticky. It wandered in all directions and was everywhere. Suddenly, a stagnant pressure landed on his body, slowing down his movements. Han Xiao moved and realized that he had to spend more energy to maintain his normal speed. This was the effect of some kind of long-range gravity rune. Just as I guessed, they chose to fight. Han Xiao nodded in his mind. The organizations on this planet were all newborn calves. They would not learn their lesson before they were completely beaten. People who did not know their limits would try to control all the benefits in front of them. They would not be afraid of being stuffed to death. Fear could make people cautious. Normal civilizations would be careful when interacting with aliens, but it did not mean that all natives would do the same. There were those who were humble, but there were also those who were greedy. Some barbaric native civilizations even thought that the aliens that descended were demons, and it was not unprecedented for them to turn their entire country against them. The more greedy one was, the more one liked to play with fire. Greed was close to poverty, and greed was close to burning. In the forest around him, the enormous Rune Guard army appeared. Thousands of rune crossbows were aimed at him, and 1,000 melee guards were slowly approaching. These 2,000 people were only the vanguard. The main force was still hiding deep in the forest. The City of Runes had sent out 70% of their military power this time. Alien, you should be able to understand our language. I'm the commander of the City of Runes Guard Army, Baxes. You have been surrounded. We will not harm your life, but the condition is that you do not put up any futile resistance and come with us obediently. The commander in gorgeous rune armor was in the middle of the army. He was expressionless, and his tone was cold. He was the general who had requested for the battle in the meeting last night. He had been commanding the army the entire night and quietly approached the forest. Now that the encirclement had been formed, even the founder of the Battle Talisman Church would lose for sure. This was the strongest person in the history of the City of Runes. The soldiers looked at the alien curiously and felt that he did not look that scary. Looks like I can only go to your city personally. One unwise choice. Han Xiao looked regretful on the surface, but he was happy on the inside. Hearing that, the many rune soldiers were nervous. However, looking at the countless comrades around them, they felt more confident. Bax's expression froze. Are we going to fight? Last night, the military had brainstormed many possible methods that the aliens might have. They had stayed up all night to come up with all kinds of strategies. They were fully prepared and recalled the various military configurations and strategies. Bax's calmed down a little. The forest terrain limited the bullets, so it was a little disadvantageous. Han Xiao looked around and finally looked in the direction of the City of Runes. Then, I'll just push over. Chapter 4:31. Take this statue and find the other two as soon as possible, Chen Xing said. Han Xiao sized up the new statue. It was a faceless humanoid creature with its face facing upwards. There was a huge eye on its chest, which was also very strange. After holding it in his hands, the item description on the interface was also mysterious statue, but there was an additional remark. You have discovered that these statues seem to be a set of items. When you gather all the statues, something unusual might happen. Keeping the two statues, Han Xiao asked, since you're offering 100,000 anas, I'll accept this job. Where do I go to find you after I'm done? My schedule is very full. Anyway, you won't be able to find them all in a short time. I'll give you my assistant's communication number later. When you're done, just inform him. Chen Xing smiled charmingly. Although he knew the location of the statues, Han Xiao did not choose to take all three of them before coming over. Otherwise, it would seem very suspicious. At least for now, Chen Xing thought that meeting Han Xiao was just luck. Chen Xing was also looking for the statues, but he had not been able to find them. Only with two statues could he sense the location of the other statues in a wider range. If not for the fact that he was very sensitive to the psychic frequency of the statues, Chen Xing would not have been able to find Han Xiao in the crowd. He did not expect to meet another statue during this performance trip. Although Chen Xing was smiling lightly, Han Xiao knew that this guy was very excited in his heart. Chen Xing explained that he was a collector, but of course, it was nonsense. Han Xiao knew everything about him. This singer was a psychic, and he used his voice to display his psychic power. Although it looked soft and weak, if Chen Xing wanted to, he could use a few banshee's howls and soul-high notes at any time. His combat power was at least grade B. It was also because of his psychic power that his voice was so shocking. These 4 statues had a special effect on Chen Xing, which could increase his psychic power. The 4 statues were originally a set of sacrificial totems that were prayed to by believers day and night. They came from the Arcane Church. The Arcane Church and the Red Empire were different from the Radiant Federation's liberalism. This universal civilization had a strong religious atmosphere and was very mysterious. In the understanding of most planetary and star system civilizations, religious beliefs were only a form of spiritual comfort and enlightenment. At most, they would guide living beings to choose a different worldview to face life. Some civilizations even viewed religion as a tumor of society. However, there were many ways to evolve. Most religions worshipped imaginary gods, but some actually existed. The Arcane Church was lucky to be the latter. In the beginning, there were also barbarians. However, unlike the slash-and-burn cultivation of science and technology or the first awakening of magic, their ancestors found a way to communicate with real gods. When the gods they worshipped could actually give back to their believers, and when religious worship could make technology and society advance, the structure and atmosphere of their civilization were naturally different from most technological or magic civilizations. What was a god? In terms of magic, it should be a magical entity that possessed a huge amount of power, just like how some mages could obtain power by signing contracts. In terms of science and technology, a god was just a higher dimensional life form that regular species could not detect with physical senses. The images projected by the higher dimensional life form into the real world were mostly strange and weird. Therefore, gods that did not look unique were basically fake gods. In these 2 explanations, the relationship between believers and gods was usually mutually beneficial. However, the more developed a civilization was, the more cautious they would be in the study of gods. They would never jump to conclusions. The Arcane Church had its own explanation for the existence of gods. They also had an incredible technology that could make the object of their faith into a real being. For example, if a religious god was imaginary, the Arcane Church could make it real. Of course, according to their explanation, all the gods already existed and were waiting to be worshipped. We were just building a bridge for the lost pursuers. In short, it was a lot of nonsense. Han Technician was not interested in it. Therefore, other than the spiritual lord that they worshipped, the Arcane Church also gathered believers of countless other religions. It was the common holy land of all the religions in the universe. These 4 statues were the totems of a certain religion that had materialized a god. They gathered the will to worship for a long time. Most of this was information that Han Xiao had read from various documents. The 3 universal civilizations all had incredible abilities. Of course, he did not care about such a huge problem at the moment. His only goal now was to complete this mission. After the celebration ended, Han Xiao bade farewell to Chen Xing and returned to the rented spaceship. "Did you get anything?" Haluz asked curiously. I received a job for 100,000 anus. "Oh, that's quite a lot." Haluz was surprised. "If I save more money, I'll be able to buy a decent spaceship. There's no need for that at the moment. Fuel consumption, maintenance in the shipyard, changing parts, and updating the equipment all cost money." Han Xiao waved his hands. He had to at least wait until his technology could repair spaceships before he could greatly reduce the cost. After all, it was more expensive to maintain a spaceship than to buy one. In his previous life, the players only had spaceships in the later versions. Before that, only the large guilds had spaceships. Intercepting the spaceships of the gray organizations and selling them to the shipyard at cost price was a way to make money. If there was a chance, he could find those large mercenary groups to work with. However, he would most likely only be able to get a bonus. In an aerial battle, the spaceships were the main force, unless he was the pilot. After setting the destination, the spaceship took off. Because he was familiar with the main points of the mission, Han Xiao did not need to waste any time. A statue was buried underground on a desolate planet. He just needed to go there and take it. The normal way was to gather information and do a carpet search. He avoided the most difficult steps. There were no twists and turns on this trip. He landed on the planet, went straight to the location, and dug out the third mysterious statue. Other than the time he had to spend on the way, he did not waste a single second. According to the experience of the players, he saved at least 20 days. However, the last statue had an owner. For this mission, they had traveled through many areas. This time, they returned to the Terralam star cluster and entered star zone 4 of the East River star system. Planet Secret Blue. There's a civilization on this planet. The galactic civilization that discovered this planet did not communicate with the local civilization for unknown reasons, nor did they expose their whereabouts. This means that the civilization on planet Secret Blue does not know that they have guests and does not know the exact appearance of the universe's organizations. In other words, they are natives, even more natives than Blue Star. However, the geography of this planet, its astronomical position, is special. It happens to be in the path of a wormhole group. Therefore, a lot of space trash often falls on their planet. Han Xiao opened the star map and introduced it to everyone. The items from beyond the heavens allowed them to reverse engineer some technology that was beyond their level. However, due to the difference in technology, their gains from it were limited. At the same time, this trash allowed them to know that there are other civilizations in the universe, but that's all they know. It's worth mentioning that this space trash from different civilizations showed planet Secret Blue different technological systems. Therefore, in the early stages of the civilization's development, they started to study different technological systems at the same time. Magic technology, runes, crystals, and so on. It's not necessarily a good thing for a fledgling civilization. In short, their technological level has yet to reach the level of spaceflight. Han Xiao tapped on the screen and said in a deep voice, "The last piece of space trash is the space trash. The last statue is the space junk that fell on this planet. It is regarded as the product of a new technology by a certain local force and is under strict control." "Boss, what do you plan to do?" one of the Volga brothers asked. "Directly descend and make a request. If they don't give it to us, we'll beat them until they give in." Han Zhao's tone was firm. Haluz was stunned. "That's not good. Why don't we negotiate and give them some information about the universe's environment in exchange for the statue?" Han Xiao shook his head. In his previous life, the players who did the mission thought the same. Due to the difference in technology, Planet Secret Blue was divided into different organizations, and they fought among themselves. After choosing to negotiate, the organization that owned the statue thought that it was a rare commodity and demanded an exorbitant price. First, they asked for a bunch of information about the universe, which the players did. Then, they asked for a lot of high-level knowledge and technology, which the players did as well. In the end, the other party even asked for a galactic visitor to conquer the other organizations for them. The players finally gave up. After a fierce fight, the other party finally handed over the statue obediently, which proved that the negotiation earlier was meaningless. They might as well give them a full set of door-kicking service from the beginning. When dealing with such a troublesome target, if he did not show his strength, the other party would think that he would agree to all their requests. Of course, if he could really patiently satisfy the other party's request, he would still be able to obtain the statue and trigger other missions. However, to Han Xiao, violence was obviously the most convenient option. Since that was the case, Han Xiao did not want to waste any time. He chose to airdrop and kick the door. Northwest of planet Secret Blue, City of Ruins. This was a city built by rune technology. It was located in the middle of a forest. The buildings were engraved with curved runes, shining with blue and white light. The architectural style was mainly slender, light, and triangular. There was a tall obelisk engraved with energy absorption runes every set distance. The obelisks that were everywhere were the energy core of the city. There were no walls at the edge of the city, so the buildings gradually became shorter and shorter. It turned into a village that extended into the forest. Many years ago, some space junk had landed here, and it contained the secrets of rune technology. The pioneers had reverse-engineered some of the technology and slowly built this city. It was now one of the few major organizations on planet Secret Blue. It was nighttime. In the forest 40 kilometers away from the city of runes, dozens of people had built a temporary camp. The bonfire rune glowed with a stable red light, spreading warmth. Everyone sat around it, wearing leather jackets and armor with runes engraved on them. Beast-repellent runes were set up at the edge of the camp. They glowed green and made the beasts and insects that roamed in the darkness retreat. A young man rubbed his hands and asked with anticipation, "Captain, how much can we sell this batch of goods for in the black market of the city of runes?" The captain was a skinny man who looked like a mouse. He chuckled and said, "Someone is secretly buying space junk in the city of runes. We can make at least 8,000 fess with this batch of goods." This was a group of smugglers that sold space junk. Every once in a while, there would be space junk spewing out from wormholes that would land in different parts of the planet. This junk had research value, so all the organizations were trying to collect it. However, there would always be some that escaped. Therefore, the space junk black market was born to buy these things from outer space. The smugglers were the groups that searched for space junk everywhere to sell to the black market. Whoosh! At this time, the group suddenly heard a shrill sound that was getting louder and louder. It was like a knife that cut through the silence of the night. They hurriedly stood up and looked over. A meteor appeared in the night sky and was flying toward them. The smugglers were all too familiar with this sound. Surprise and joy appeared on their faces. Space junk! The fiery meteor rapidly approached, quickly passing over everyone's heads, rolling up a fierce wind. The forest swayed, and the leaves rustled. Then, the meteor fell not far away, cutting off a small area of trees with a loud bang. Boom! The ground shook. The group staggered and almost fell. Not far away, flames and thick smoke rose. The captain took a look and was overjoyed. "We're lucky. This space junk fell very close to us. Before the City of Runes collection team arrives, we can take the trash away." The group of smugglers hurriedly moved and rushed to the scene. In front of them was a crater with thick smoke. In the middle of the crater was an egg-shaped metal object that was about 2.5 meters tall. "What is this?" The smugglers sized it up curiously. "Don't just stand there. Move it away," the captain urged. Just as the group was about to move forward, a trembling explosion sounded in the forest. A small crater appeared in the ground in front of the smuggler's captain. "Everyone, don't get close." A deep voice sounded from the other side of the forest. As soon as the voice sounded, another group of people appeared from the forest. They were wearing metal armor, carrying grenades and rifles. One of them was wearing infrared sniper glasses, and smoke was coming out of the sniper rifle in his hand. The sound just now was the sound of a sniper rifle. Steelfire Castle's troops. The smugglers' expressions changed. Steelfire Castle was also one of the major organizations on planet Secret Blue. They had the technology of metal, gunpowder, and machinery. Their mechanical tanks were the most troublesome existence on the battlefield for the major organizations. It wasn't just these people. More teams were rapidly approaching, and this new space junk was like a whirlpool, drawing in all the other teams in the forest. These teams all had different styles. They were all on guard and eyeing each other covetously. In the territory of an organization, the other organizations would always place their troops there. Their purpose was to snatch the space junk that landed near the enemy's territory and prevent the enemy from obtaining new opportunities. However, if they cannot snatch it, then Chapter 432. The forest surrounded the city of runes. Looking into the distance from the top of the city, the lush greenery surrounded the white city. However, at this moment, a bare road appeared in the dense forest. It was as eye-catching as a bald man with a head full of beautiful hair. Black smoke rose in the rain, and the residents of the city of ruins could see it from far away. What's happening over there? Just now, there was a faint explosion sound coming from that direction. Could it be that the people from Ironfire Castle are attacking? I woke up before the sun rose to pack up my goods. Do you know what I saw? Groups of rune guards walked into the forest. It's the direction where the smoke is coming from. Looking at the smoke, the residents of the city of ruins were shocked and guessed. The ruling class was the first to know about the alien's arrival, and it had not spread yet. It's him. It must be him. In the crowd, a short and skinny man was terrified. The people around him noticed his abnormality, and their eyes lit up. They guessed that this person might know something, so they all asked him, "That's an alien. He landed outside the city last night. He can speak our language," and made a request to the city of ruins. This person was the head of the smugglers from last night. He told everyone everything he had seen last night. More and more people gathered around him, and they were all in disbelief. There must have been a battle there. This proves that the city of ruins did not agree to the alien's request. The head of the smugglers gulped. There was a commotion in the crowd, and they looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. At this time, there was a commotion in the distance. A rune guard ran back with all his might. His face was blackened from the gunfire, and he looked back from time to time with a terrified expression, as if there was a monster chasing after him. Behind him, more and more pathetic-looking soldiers ran back. This scene gave the residents a bad feeling. A middle-aged man realized that his younger brother, who was a soldier, had also run back. He quickly grabbed him and asked about the situation. The people above rejected the alien's request. They want to capture the alien. An army of tens of thousands of people lost, and there's only one enemy. Thousands of us died, and we couldn't even touch his clothes. This is too terrifying. Everyone else has run away, and that guy is walking toward the city. You guys should run too. The guard was still in shock. After saying that in one breath, he got rid of the entanglement, squeezed out of the crowd, and ran away in a hurry. The crowd was in an uproar. They were nervous and exasperated at the same time. They wanted nothing more than to press the Lord of Runes to the ground and kill him. Provoking an alien put them in danger, and they wanted nothing more than to hang the Lord of Runes up and beat him up. Wouldn't it have been better to agree to the alien's request? Provoking him for no reason and putting the entire city in danger. Wasn't it cheap? Wasn't it cheap? At this time, a group of soldiers walked out from the direction of the central tower, pushed the residents aside, and cleared the middle of the road. The Lord of Runes led a group of officials and hurriedly ran toward the edge of the city. Behind him, his personal guard was holding a strange statue. The alien was about to enter the city, and there was no time to escape. The Lord of Runes had no choice. Thinking of the alien's request, he could only beg for mercy with the statue. According to the intelligence from the front line, the alien did not chase after the fleeing army, and he was not injured. Perhaps the alien did not like to kill, so he did this with the hope that the alien would forgive them. Seeing this, some residents followed behind. More and more people joined the crowd, forming a torrent that followed behind the Lord of Runes team, wanting to see the situation with their own eyes. Tens of thousands of people came to the village at the edge of the city. Countless people raised their heads in anticipation, feeling nervous. The Lord of Runes kept wiping his sweat, feeling uneasy. The sound of footsteps stepping on fallen leaves and humus came from the depths of the forest, getting closer and closer. As they got closer, the expressions of the residents and the Lord of Runes became more and more uneasy, as if the bell of judgment was ringing. Not long after, Han Shao finally walked out of the forest and arrived at the edge of the city of ruins. As soon as he appeared, countless gazes focused on him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, fear, worry, and many other emotions. Glancing at the huge crowd and the group of people who were obviously officials, his eyelids twitched. He knew what the other party was planning with one look, and he curled his lips. He felt like he had kicked a metal plate and planned to offer the statue. Don't you think it's too late to give in now? The Lord of Runes took the statue from a guard, hurriedly walked up, carefully observed Han Shao, and said with a trembling voice, This should be what you want." Not knowing what the alien was thinking, the Lord of Runes did not dare say anything else. Although he was a ruler, he did not have any confidence in front of someone who could easily destroy an army of tens of thousands. Although Planet Secret Blue did not have systematic super knowledge, there were still people who had explored the path of supers. The War Rune Church was the gathering place of the cultivators in the City of Runes and had a high position. However, even the founder of the church could barely deal with 1,000 rune guards, and it would take him at least half a day to deal with them. Their killing efficiency was on a completely different level from the alien in front of him. After the battle report came back, the Lord of Runes had wanted to ask the warriors of the War Rune Church to stop the alien with his last hope, but he was rejected. The War Rune Church, which had come into contact with supers, knew that they could not do anything, so they did not give the Lord of Runes a chance to ask at all, even though they received a huge amount of money from him every year. Han Shao reached out and touched the statue. The information on the interface confirmed that this was the last lost statue. When he reached out, the Lord of Runes' body trembled visibly. Meeting Han Zhao's gaze, he hastily lowered his head in fear. Glancing at the nervous crowd, Han Shao calmly said, "Don't worry. We mercenaries will never kill the innocent." Hearing this, everyone's hearts relaxed, and they heaved a sigh of relief. By the way, who's the ruler here? The residents all pointed at the Lord of Runes. Before the Lord of Runes could relax, his face tensed up, and he forced a smile. "You're the one who sent troops to ambush me?" Han Shao asked. "Why didn't you accept my request?" The Lord of Runes' lips trembled, and he did not dare answer. "According to the mercenaries' equal exchange rule, you attacked me. If you want to settle this, you have to compensate me." Han Shao narrowed his eyes. "What do you want to use in exchange for your life?" The Lord of Runes broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart was filled with grief and anger. This was the first time he had been threatened. Who dared to speak to him like this normally? Furthermore, you injured so many of us, and you still want us to compensate you? This is too overbearing. We have a lot of foreign objects. The Lord of Runes clenched his teeth in secret. He could only endure the pain in his heart and get his subordinates to make a list of the treasury and pass it to Han Shao. Han Shao roughly looked through it and was a little disappointed. The local currency of Planet Secret Blue was meaningless to him, and the only thing he could accept was foreign objects. However, the treasury of the City of Runes was really a pile of trash. Most of it was trash, and a small portion was rune technology products. They were basically useless and did not have much value. Rune technology did not fit his knowledge system either. After looking through the list from the beginning, he came to a conclusion. Looking at this was a waste of time. This was a bunch of poor people. Throwing the list away, Han Shao shook his head and said, "The things you're going to compensate for can't buy your life. Sorry, I can only make you pay for your mistake." The Lord of Runes' expression changed drastically. Chapter 433. Han Zhao's arrival caused a huge commotion. The Lord of Runes was the ruler of the City of Runes. He had fallen asleep early and was woken up by this news. He hurriedly got dressed and called for an emergency meeting. In the hall of the central tower, the high-ranking officials of the city rushed over. They were all sleepy, and some were even secretly wiping their eyes. Outside the tower was the night sky. The moonlight passed through the white stone railings, leaving behind mottled shadows. In the hall, illumination runes shone. The Lord of Runes was an old man with deep wrinkles. He wore a luxurious robe and held a scepter. He had a strange expression. "I'm sure everyone is clear about the situation. An alien who calls himself a mercenary has arrived and wants an extraterrestrial item in our hands. According to our intelligence, he used some kind of mechanical beast and easily defeated 200 rune guards. Now, he's in the forest outside, waiting for our reply. What do you think?" The alien has a lot of information about the universe. He said that he's willing to exchange some information for the statue. "I think we can consider it," an official said. His position was similar to that of the hand of the king. He then changed the topic and said, "However, the thing that the alien wants must be extremely valuable. From his perspective, he might want to take advantage of us not knowing the use of the statue and use some simple information to exchange for it. I don't think we should compromise so easily. It's best to check the statue first." "You're right." The Lord of Runes nodded. Very soon, the guard took the statue from the warehouse. This was something that had fallen on the planet many years ago. It had existed since the previous Lord of Runes. Because they could not discover the secret of the statue, most of the researchers who had been in contact with it for a long time had developed mental problems. Therefore, it had been sealed in the warehouse and was categorized as an undecipherable extraterrestrial item. Due to the alien's request, the statue was now valued again. This thing was definitely not simple. The Lord of Runes was not willing to hand it over just like that, even if they could not discover the secret behind it. This was a treasure that the aliens would not hesitate to search for over 1,000 mountains and rivers. The alien gave us a deadline of tomorrow. We only have one night to consider. The Lord of Runes narrowed his eyes. If we can capture the alien, not only will we be able to study the body of a universal species, but we'll also be able to obtain all of his knowledge. This is a chance to surpass the other organizations. This person was the general in charge of the army. He wore heavy armor, and his tone was menacing. He's just one person. He might have other companions. Moreover, he could descend to this planet. He's not easy to deal with. I feel that we shouldn't clash with him, another person said. The officials were divided into two factions. One felt that it was better to accept the conditions of the aliens, while the other was greedy. They wanted to capture the aliens and squeeze all the benefits out of them. The latter had more people. Because they had seen many things from outer space, they were not completely ignorant of the interstellar people. Instead, they were mostly curious. Planet Secret Blue couldn't research the extraterrestrial objects that were too high-tech. They had only scratched the surface, but a little knowledge could easily lead to arrogance and arrogance. Without a deep understanding, one would take things for granted. Furthermore, the entire planet Secret Blue did not have much of an idea of the strength of the Black Star Troopers. The fact that Han Xiao had come alone gave them courage. These pro-war factions offered suggestions and strategies to deal with the aliens. We have one night. It's enough to mobilize tens of thousands of guards and quietly surround that area. We'll use the Forbidden Rune suits. The most elite warriors will be able to withstand that kind of burden, and we'll equip them with large rune engineering weapons. It'll be enough to crush the aliens. They definitely won't expect us to ambush them. The Lord of Runes' eyes flickered. He pondered for a long time, wavering between peaceful communication and greed. In the end, he made a decision. He would not satisfy the alien's deal. If he could capture the alien, all the benefits would be his. He glanced at the officials and said, "Mobilize the troops and use the strongest weapons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we're too careful, we'll miss it. We have to get the aliens." The first ray of morning light quietly peeked out from the night sky. The colors seemed to be slightly cold. It passed through the forest and landed on Han Xiao, who was sitting quietly like a rock. Han Xiao's eyelashes moved, and he opened his eyes. The refreshing cold morning fog slowly spread in the forest and stuck to his skin, leaving behind a cool and wet feeling. Han Xiao, who had not slept the entire night, felt a little refreshed. It's morning. The enemy should be here soon. A few drops of water fell on his face. Looking up at the sky, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Looks like it's going to rain. The rain fell very quickly. It was early in the morning, and the rain fell through the forest. Han Xiao stood up and looked at the forest around him. The swaying shadows of the trees gave off a mysterious atmosphere. In the dark forest, he felt a faint murderous intent. It was mixed with the dampness and seemed to be a little sticky. It wandered in all directions and was everywhere. Suddenly, a stagnant pressure landed on his body, slowing down his movements. Han Xiao moved and realized that he had to spend more energy to maintain his normal speed. This was the effect of some kind of long-range gravity rune. Just as I guessed, they chose to fight. Han Xiao nodded in his mind. The organizations on this planet were all newborn calves. They would not learn their lesson before they were completely beaten. People who did not know their limits would try to control all the benefits in front of them. They would not be afraid of being stuffed to death. Fear could make people cautious. Normal civilizations would be careful when they came into contact with aliens, but it did not mean that all natives would do the same. There were those who were humble, but there were also those who were greedy. Some barbaric native civilizations even thought that the aliens that descended were demons, and it was not unprecedented for them to turn their entire country against them. The more greedy one was, the more one liked to play with fire. Greed was close to poverty, and greed was close to burning. In the forest around him, the enormous Rune Guard army appeared. Thousands of rune crossbows were aimed at him, and 1,000 melee guards were slowly approaching. These 2,000 people were only the vanguard. The main force was still hiding deep in the forest. The City of Runes had sent out 70% of their military power this time. Alien, you should be able to understand our language. I'm the commander of the City of Runes Guard Army, Baxes. You have been surrounded. We will not harm your life, but the condition is that you do not put up any futile resistance and come with us obediently. The commander in gorgeous rune armor was standing in the middle of the army. He was expressionless, and his tone was cold. He was the general who had requested for the battle in the meeting last night. He had been deploying the army the entire night and quietly approaching the forest. Now that the encirclement had been formed, even the founder of the Battle Talisman Church would lose without a doubt. This was the strongest person in the history of the City of Runes. The soldiers looked at the alien curiously and did not think that it was that scary. Looks like I can only go to your city personally. One unwise choice. Han Xiao looked regretful on the surface, but he was happy on the inside. Hearing that, the rune guards were nervous. However, looking at the countless comrades around them, they felt more confident. Bax's expression froze. Is the battle about to start? Last night, the military had brainstormed many possible methods that the aliens might have. They had stayed up all night to come up with all kinds of strategies. They were fully prepared and recalled the military configuration and the various strategies. Bax's calmed down a little. The forest terrain limited the bullets, so it was a little disadvantageous. Han Xiao looked around and finally looked in the direction of the City of Runes. Then, I'll just push over. Chapter 434. Crackle. Compressed orbs with a flash of lightning quickly covered the area within 100 meters. With the sound of mechanical components moving, cannons appeared one after another and fired at the army in all directions. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet. Hi! Baxes roared furiously. He hid behind a tree, thinking that he could block the bullets. However, the next moment, a few large-caliber incendiary armor-piercing bullets blasted this tree in half. Holes appeared in Bax's armor, and he spat out blood. He screamed and fell to the ground. Clenching his teeth, he roared, "Shoot!" Boom! Thousands of rune crossbow bolts were fired at the same target. With the glow of runes, the densely packed bolts made one's scalp tingle. Facing the overwhelming number of bolts, Han Xiao raised his finger slightly, and 12 sonic spheres flew out and surrounded him. At the same time, they spat out shock waves and turned into a gust of wind. All the bolts were swept away and stabbed into the ground. However, none of them hit Han Xiao. Han Xiao walked toward the City of Runes. The first batch of vanguard troops was drowned by endless cannon fire. Some were dead, and some were injured. There were gunpowder cannons and electromagnetic cannons. The gunpowder cannons were loaded with special bullets, such as incendiary bullets, penetrating bullets, grenades, poison gas bullets, and so on. There were also the Volga brothers' enchanted bullets, such as frost bullets and oil bullets, which combined to create all kinds of negative statuses. Bang! 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 The forest collapsed under the crossfire, and an open road was flattened. There were broken trees everywhere, and flames were still burning. Light rain was swallowed by the flames and turned into steam. Their vision became blurry, and the troops that arrived could only see a figure slowly moving forward in the mist. Looking at the direction where the forest collapsed, they knew Han Zhao's location. He was like a giant python slithering through the grass. The troops finally arrived. Tens of thousands of rune guards rushed forward under the command of the other officers. However, the 500-meter radius around Han Zhao was practically a death zone. No matter how many people there were, once they got close, their tough armor would shatter in an instant. Bullets would pierce through their bodies, and they would fall down one by one. No one could stand still. The heavily injured soldiers lay on the ground behind Han Zhao, their screams almost drowning out the sound of the cannon fire. Han Zhao was not a bloodthirsty person. The level difference between him and these normal soldiers was too big. Since they only gave him 1 EXP, he was too lazy to finish them off. Those who were unlucky and got hit in the vitals could only blame themselves for their bad luck. Although Han Zhao was not a bloodthirsty person, he did not feel any pressure from this. Killing a few people is nothing out of the ordinary. Back then, when I infiltrated the Germinal organization, forget it, a real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. Finally, these soldiers hesitated and did not dare to get close. Going forward like this would be suicide, and their sacrifice would be meaningless. They were scared. This time, 300 special soldiers walked out from the crowd. They were wearing black armor with 10 times more complicated runes on them. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they were bearing a huge burden. These were the strongest warriors of the City of Runes, Black Armor Guards. These rune sets were the highest level equipment, and only trained ace warriors could use them. Furthermore, it would cause irreversible damage to the body. Only one Black Armor Guard out of 50 elite warriors could be chosen, and their combat power could fight 100 enemies at a time. Dang, dang, dang. The group of Black Armor Guards charged into the rain of bullets, and their top-grade armor finally blocked the bullets. This gave hope to the City of Runes army. Enduring the pain, the 300 people pulled out their rune swords and charged toward Han Zhao with the cold and blooded aura of elites. Han Zhao's expression was calm. With a snap of his fingers, dozens of mechanical beasts charged out and restrained these elites. Then, he switched the electromagnetic cannons to personal control mode and fired them one by one. The armor-piercing ability of electromagnetic energy was a few times higher, and it easily took out the Black Armor Guards. Han Zhao's set of equipment was extremely effective as long as they did not encounter opponents of the same level. The key was that it was cheap and cost-effective. The ace warriors of the City of Runes, the elites that the army had high hopes for, were taken out one after another before they could even cause a ripple. Looking at this scene, Baksatha's heart sank. The power of aliens was beyond his expectations. Deep regret echoed in his heart, but it was already too late. He would not realize that he had overestimated himself until he suffered a huge loss. Baksath was rescued. He held his pierced legs and screamed. Use the rune cannons. For cannon-like engineering weapons were dragged out and aimed at Han Zhao from afar. These are the trump cards of the City of Runes. They were made from a rune technology weapon of an advanced civilization that was almost scrapped. The City of Runes had not completely grasped the technology, and the replica only had 1% of the power. However, it was enough to become their strongest weapon. There were only 10 cannons in the entire City of Runes, and they took out 4 of them to deal with the aliens. This was their last resort. Because they were too powerful, they were worried that they might kill the aliens. However, they could not care about that now. If they still had the mentality of capturing the aliens alive, Baksath could already see the end of their entire army. For ballistic cannons shot out huge energy bolts, carrying with them a sharp whistle, carrying with them their last hope. This thing is quite powerful. Han Zhao looked to the side and clasped his hands together. Mechanical force surged out, and a bubble-like energy shield covered a 3-meter radius. It was slippery and colorful. The energy bolts hit the bubble, but it was not as heavy as expected. Instead, they all brushed past the bubble and blasted a 10-meter-wide hole in the ground hundreds of meters away. Deflection Energy Field Generator. This was a piece of equipment that Han Shao had fused with advanced energy theory. It could deflect pure energy attacks to a certain extent. This knowledge was also bought and learned during his 9 months of employment. These 4 cannons are a bit of a threat to me. They should be able to take away about 200 health points from me. Han Shao estimated that the distance of the rune cannons was a bit far beyond the range of the cannon. He nodded, and a set of special compressed orbs flew out and turned into mechanical parts in midair. These mechanical parts combined together, and very soon, a medium-sized electromagnetic railgun landed beside him. It was as tall as 2 people. Han Shao sat on the control panel, quickly locked onto the target, and started to accumulate energy. Blinding electricity gathered crazily along the barrel of the cannon. Hum! A blue electric bolt crossed a distance of more than 1,000 meters and instantly pierced through 3 rune cannons. All the obstacles along the way were melted. This was a long-range cannon that Han Shao rarely used. It was usually used by launchers to deal damage. This medium-sized electromagnetic railgun was very powerful, and he had spent a lot of time to assemble it. It was used to deal with single targets, and every shot cost tens of anus. This was a piece of equipment that was specifically used to deal astronomical damage with Flaming Will. In a certain employment mission, he had dealt with a void-wandering monster with more than 50,000 health points for the local organization. Han Shao had changed his fate and rolled 5 times the damage. He had also triggered the true damage of lethal shot and dealt 14,885 damage. It was still the highest damage record for an individual. What kind of power is this? Bax's lips turned white, and his face was filled with fear. The aliens actually had such power. The tactics that they had imagined last night were completely useless. It was like a joke, an armchair strategist. This cannon became the straw that broke the camel's back. The City of Rune's army finally had a mental breakdown. They threw away their armor and ran in all directions. Some of them even sat on the ground with blank faces. Their minds were blank, and they had even forgotten to run for their lives. You have defeated an enemy army 10,000 times your size alone. You have received one against the world achievement talent. A pretty good achievement talent. Han Shao nodded. Some talents could be obtained by completing some hidden challenges. They were also called achievement talents, and most of them had pretty good effects. One against the world was obviously a talent that was suitable for Han Shao, and it was very useful for the players. As long as they had this talent, they would receive bonus attributes for free during a one-on-one battle. However, the method of obtaining it was not very friendly for the players. It was not as easy for the players to fight 10,000 people as it was for Han Shao. Looking at the defeated enemy, Han Shao put away his weapon and continued walking toward the City of Runes. He believed that this battle would be enough to make the City of Runes realize the difference between them. The Lord of Runes did not sleep the entire night, anxiously waiting for the battle report. Only half an hour had passed since the agreed time, and the battle report from the front lines came back. The Lord of Runes was so shocked that he sat on the ground. 1 person against 10,000 soldiers. The army was completely defeated. The target was unharmed. Chapter 435. The forest surrounded the City of Runes. Looking into the distance from the top of the city, the lush greenery surrounded the white city. However, at this time, a bare road appeared in the dense forest. It was as conspicuous as a bald man with long, silky hair. Black smoke rose in the rain. The residents of the City of Runes could see it from far away. What's going on there? Just now, there was a faint explosion. Could it be that the Steel Fire Castle's people are attacking us? I woke up before dawn to organize the goods. Do you know what I saw? Groups of rune guards walked into the forest in the direction of the smoke. Looking at the smoke far away, the residents of the City of Runes were shocked and confused. The information about the aliens' arrival was first known by the ruling class, and it had not spread out yet. It's him. It must be him. In the crowd, a short and skinny man was terrified. The people around him noticed his abnormality, and their eyes sparkled. They guessed that this person might know something and asked him. That's an alien. He landed outside the city last night. He knows our language and made a request to the city of runes. This person was the leader of the smugglers from last night. He spilled everything that he had seen last night. More and more people gathered around him, and they were all in disbelief. There must have been a battle there. It means that the city of runes did not agree to the alien's request. The leader of the smugglers gulped. The crowd was restless, and they looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. At this time, a commotion came from afar. A rune guard ran back with all his might. His face was charred by gunfire, and he looked back from time to time with fear on his face as if there was a monster chasing after him. Behind him, more and more soldiers were running back. This gave the residents a bad feeling. A middle-aged man noticed that his brother, who was a soldier, had also run back. He quickly grabbed him and asked about the situation. The people above rejected the alien's request. They want to capture the alien. An army of tens of thousands was defeated. The enemy is only one person, and thousands of us died. We couldn't even touch his clothes. It's too scary. Everyone else ran away. The guy is now walking toward the city. You guys should run too. The guard had not yet recovered from his shock. After he finished speaking in one breath, he broke free from the entanglement, squeezed out of the crowd, and hurriedly ran away. Everyone was in an uproar. Their faces were filled with nervousness and uneasiness. At the same time, they were furious and wanted to press the Lord of Runes to the ground and beat him to death. An alien provoked an alien and put them in danger, so they wanted to hang the Lord of Runes up and beat him up. It would have been better if he had agreed to the alien's request, but he provoked the alien for no reason and put the entire city in danger. Wasn't that despicable? Wasn't that cheap? At this time, a group of soldiers walked out from the central tower and pushed away the residents, clearing the middle of the road. The Lord of Runes led a group of officials and hurriedly ran toward the edge of the city. The guard behind him was holding a strange statue. The aliens were about to enter the city, and there was no time to escape. The Lord of Runes had no choice but to bring the statue to beg for mercy. According to the information from the front lines, the aliens did not chase after the escaping army, and he was not injured either. Perhaps the aliens did not like killing, so he did this with a fluke mentality. He did not have any desire for the aliens anymore. Now, he could only hope that the aliens would leave after taking the statue and forgive them. Seeing this, some residents followed behind. More and more people joined along the way, forming a flood. They followed behind the Lord of Runes team, wanting to see the situation with their own eyes. Thousands of people came to the village at the edge of the city. Countless people were looking forward to it, feeling nervous. The Lord of Runes kept wiping his sweat, feeling uneasy. Ta! The sound of footsteps stepping on fallen leaves and humus sounded from the depths of the forest, getting closer and closer. As the distance closed, the residents and the Lord of Runes became more and more uneasy. It was as if the sound of judgment was approaching. Not long after, Han Shao finally walked out of the forest and arrived at the edge of the city of runes. As soon as he appeared, countless gazes focused on him. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity, fear, and worry. He glanced at the huge crowd and the group of people who were clearly officials. His eyelids twitched, and he knew what the other party was planning to do. He curled his lips. He felt that he had kicked an iron plate and planned to hand over the statue. Wasn't it too late to admit defeat now? The Lord of Runes took the statue from the guard, hastily walked forward, and carefully observed Han Shao. With a trembling voice, he said, This should be what you want." Not knowing what the alien was thinking, the Lord of Runes did not dare say anything unnecessary. Although he was a ruler, in front of someone who could easily destroy an army of tens of thousands, he had no confidence at all. Although there was no systematic knowledge of supers on planet Secret Blue, there were still people who had figured out the path of supers. The Battle Talisman Church was the gathering place of the cultivators in the City of Runes, and they had a very high status. However, even the founder of the church could barely deal with 1,000 rune guards, and it would take him at least half a day to do so. Their killing efficiency was on a completely different level from the alien in front of him. After the battle report was sent back, the Lord of Runes had hoped to ask the warriors of the Battle Talisman Church to stop the aliens, but he was directly rejected. The Battle Talisman Church knew very well how to deal with supers, so they did not give the Lord of Runes a chance to speak at all, even though they received a large sum of money from him every year. Han Xiao extended his hand and touched the statue. The information on the interface confirmed that this was the last lost statue. When he extended his hand, the Lord of Runes' body clearly trembled. He looked into Han Xiao's eyes and hurriedly lowered his head in fear. Glancing at the nervous crowd, Han Xiao said calmly, "Don't worry, we mercenaries never kill the innocent." Hearing this, everyone's anxious hearts immediately relaxed, and they let out a sigh of relief. "By the way, who's your ruler here?" The residents all pointed at the Lord of Runes. Before the Lord of Runes could relax, his face tightened, and he forced a smile. "You're the one who sent troops to ambush me?" Han Xiao asked. "Why didn't you accept my request?" The Lord of Runes' lips trembled, and he did not dare answer. "According to the equal exchange rule of the mercenaries, you attacked me. If you want to settle this, you have to compensate." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "What do you want to exchange for your life?" The Lord of Runes was sweating profusely. This was the first time he had been threatened. Who dared to speak to him like this? Plus, you injured so many of us, and you want us to compensate? That's too overbearing. We have a lot of extraterrestrial items. The Lord of Runes clenched his teeth. He could only endure the pain in his heart and ask his subordinate to make a list of the treasury. He then passed it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao scanned through it and was a little disappointed. The local currency of planet Secret Blue was meaningless to him. The only thing he could accept was the extraterrestrial items. However, the City of Runes inventory was really a pile of trash. Most of them were trash, and a small portion were products of rune technology. They were almost scrapped and did not have much value. Rune technology did not fit his knowledge system either. After reading the list from the beginning, he came to a conclusion. Looking at these things was a waste of time. They were a bunch of poor B asterisk starts. Throwing away the list, Han Xiao shook his head and said, "Your compensation is not enough to buy your life. Sorry, I can only make you pay for your mistake." The Lord of Runes' expression changed drastically. Chapter 436. Are you trying to kill me? The Lord of Runes hurriedly looked behind him. None of the guards stepped forward. The officials that usually sucked up to him all hid far away, not daring to show their faces. The Lord of Runes panicked. He clenched his teeth and suddenly grabbed the statue. He took a few steps back and raised the statue in front of him. He took a rune sword from the guard and pointed the tip of the sword at the statue, yelling, "Don't be so stupid. Don't do anything stupid, or I'll destroy what you want." Han Xiao stood where he was and opened his arms, signaling the Lord of Runes to do whatever he wanted. "Go ahead. If you can destroy it, I'll spare your life," Han Xiao said with a mocking tone. This statue looked like it was made of wood, but it was not damaged even when it fell from space. How could it be damaged by a sword? The Lord of Runes was desperate and had lost his mind. Bang! A bloody hole appeared on the Lord of Runes' head. The old man's eyes were wide open, and the hatred in his eyes turned into confusion. He fell to the ground, and his life left his body. The people of the City of Runes trembled. They had seen their ruler get killed with their own eyes. They had a complicated feeling, but they were not angry. Planet Secret Blue did not have a strong sense of home. The residents moved frequently, and the Lord of Runes had always been unpopular. Han Xiao put away his gun and picked up the statue. After it was stained with blood, the statue that was already weirdly shaped looked even more evil. "Let's go." Han Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. Just as the people were confused about his actions, the sound of an engine came from the sky. A spaceship quickly passed through the atmosphere and arrived a few hundred meters above Han Xiao's head. It shot out a blue beam and covered Han Xiao. His body rose into the air and was sucked into the spaceship under everyone's gaze. On the ground, the people of the City of Runes were shocked. Is this the tool that the aliens used to travel? It looks like machinery. Is the technology of Iron Fire Castle the most accurate? Who? While the people were discussing, the spaceship turned around. The thrusters at the back shot out blue flames, and it broke through the sound barrier in the blink of an eye, disappearing into the sky. The aliens left just like that, but the City of Runes and the other organizations on planet Secret Blue could not recover from the shock. After knowing what had happened to the Lord of Runes, the upper echelons of the other organizations were all terrified. Thankfully, the aliens landed in the City of Runes, or else we would have been the ones to suffer. When they received the news last night, these people were still urgently discussing how to deal with the aliens. Many of them wanted to send people to snatch the aliens from the City of Runes. In their opinion, the City of Runes would most likely succeed. At this time, the pro-war faction, which had been the most vocal last night, was so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. Han Zhao's arrival had only taken a little more than 10 hours, but the impact he brought to planet Secret Blue was so great that it deeply changed the worldview of everyone on the planet. The process of seeing an alien for the first time was not harmonious, and there was no in-depth communication, but Han Zhao's influence on them was equally profound. After all the organizations were shocked by Han Zhao's strength, they started to yearn for him. The warriors who were exploring the path of individual cultivation treated Han Zhao as their goal. They studied his limited performance against the army over and over again, as if they wanted to comprehend a way to become stronger from it. After witnessing the strength of the galaxy mercenaries, the various organizations on planet Secret Blue had different degrees of awakening. They felt that fighting each other was meaningless. Perhaps in the eyes of the aliens, it was similar to ants fighting. However, this gave rise to the desire for peace. Han Zhao's actions became the reason why the various organizations came to a consensus to stop fighting. This incident was also recorded in the historical records of planet Secret Blue. The scholars analyzed the impact of the aliens' arrival on society from many aspects. At the same time, because they saw that the spaceship was made of machinery, the technology on planet Secret Blue finally had a tendency to unify. The machinery technology of Iron Fire Castle became the truth that the various organizations recognized. They felt that this was the direction of the future development of their civilization. Therefore, they stopped researching other technology systems and focused on technology. Under the pressure of the other organizations, Iron Fire Castle had no choice but to share all their technological knowledge. Most of the people on planet Secret Blue spontaneously became materialists, and the structure of their civilization was subtly changed. Although Han Zhao was there to cause trouble, the consequences were very positive. Planet Secret Blue learned a lesson from their own recklessness and wrong decision, and they had a new concept of how strong the aliens were. They became very careful. Only when they really contacted a galactic civilization did the organizations on planet Secret Blue rejoice. Luckily, the first person who came was a mercenary, giving them a chance. If they had offended a more advanced civilization when they did not know the immensity of heaven and earth in the future, no, there would be no future. These were all changes that happened after Han Technician left, but he did not care about them. After collecting all the statues, Han Zhao did not inform Chun Xing immediately. Instead, he went to the nearest colony planet of a galactic civilization. His goal was to buy some special consumables, things that could be used on the statues. A few days later, the spaceship returned to the Rain Star system. After the Unification Day celebration, Chun Xing was still on tour in the New Phylon Alliance. When he received Han Zhao's call, he was shocked and extremely surprised. It had only been a few days, and the other two missing statues had already been found. Oh my God, what efficiency! He had been looking for things for years, and these mercenaries found them in a few days. They were indeed professionals. They were indeed different. The spaceship docked at a colony planet of a member civilization of the New Phylon Alliance. Chun Xing was on tour in this city. Under the warm reception of his assistant, Han Zhao and the others met Chun Xing in the most luxurious suite of a high-end hotel. Ha ha ha! Black Star, You really gave me a big surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to find all the statues so quickly. Chun Xing was overjoyed, and his face was flushed red with excitement. This time, Han Xiao had brought everyone with him. It was Helu's first time seeing Chun Xing. He mumbled softly, "So beautiful. Are you a man or a woman?" "I'm a man. I'm a natural beauty." Chun Xing had sharp senses, and his lips curled up. Han Xiao coughed and said, "I've brought the items for you. We'll have plenty of time to talk later. I think it's best to carry out the sacred transaction first." Chun Xing threw a seductive glance at him and smiled. "So impatient? All right then. I'm very satisfied with your efficiency. I'll pay you twice the amount as a reward for the surprise you've given me." Twice? Doesn't that mean? Sylvia counted with her fingers and opened her mouth wide. 200,000. Calm down. Don't act like you haven't seen the world. Han Xiao tapped her head with his finger. She was a celebrity, after all. She was rich. What was there to be surprised about? The 4 statues were placed on the table. Chun Xing checked them, confirmed that there were no mistakes, and paid without hesitation. Find statues completed. Calculating mission. Calculation complete. Mission rating. Unbelievable, you have received unbelievable level bonus reward. 120% EXP. 1,320,000. 100,000 ANAs. 1 random reward, and 1 special item. You have received character summon card, Chun Xing. Character summon card, Chun Xing. Looking back with a smile. Plus 688 CHA. Duration, 15 seconds. Usage, 0/3. Looking at the effect introduction, Han Xiao could not help but fall silent. Other than the word awesome, he could not think of any other adjectives. 688 attribute points, and it just has to be charm. Is this trying to make the enemy go into a nosebleed state? Is it going to make them die of handsomeness? If this was added to intelligence, I'd King go fight greater right now. The corners of Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he felt extremely annoyed. Look back with a smile. Smile your balls. Charm had always been a support attribute. It was mainly used for trading discounts, enchantment-type skill bonuses, affinity with various creatures, taming beasts, gaining favorability with various characters, and so on. Almost no players would focus on charm. Except for some female players. With such high charm, theoretically, no player would add so many points. Han Xiao felt that this value had its own charm. Just looking at him would make people want to use judgment. So angry, why did it have to be charm? What I have is more than enough. Han Xiaoxin's heart was in turmoil. His face was tense on the surface, but no one could see it. Including the bonus reward, he had received a total of 243 EXP and 20 ANAs. The main thing was that the reward was really high. As expected of a celebrity, she was so generous. Han Xiaoxin's savings had finally exceeded the million mark. This time, he had received an extremely high rating. However, because the difficulty of the mission was only grade C, there were no legendary points or Medal of Honor rewards. He only had 1 Medal of Honor, which was the Germinal Organization buried, that he had received after destroying the Germinal Organization. Its effect was to increase all attributes by 3%, effective immediately. If he collected 3 of them, he could exchange them for a special achievement badge that gave him plus 12%. However, the unbelievable rating would definitely give him a random reward. That was the key. Han Zhao's eyes were firm. He pulled Helu's over, his hands moving all over his body, from his head to his shoulders. "What are you trying to do?" Helu's felt disgusted and quickly jumped away. "To rub off on your luck." Han Xiao rubbed his hands. He knew exactly how bad his luck was. Old Helu's was a main character with a lucky halo above his head. At this time, he was willing to believe in a wave of metaphysics. Taking a deep breath, the Han technician's face was solemn. With a serious expression, he slowly chose to confirm. Randomization complete. The type of reward you have received this time is talent/talent. F***CKU and T. Chapter 437. Only by randomly getting item would he have a chance to draw a mission completion card. Old Plum, you must be a fake main character. I'm done for. He turned to look at Arosia and felt that touching her would be more reliable. Arosia looked over and stared at him for 3 seconds, expressionless. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, rubbed his temples, and comforted himself. It's only my first time. It's normal to have some setbacks. Han Xiao knew that his chances of getting a mission completion card on his first try were slim. Although talents were not what he needed the most now, it was not bad either. Sigh, it would be much more convenient if the players were here. I could just give them a mission and ask them a hand in the mission completion card. Then, I wouldn't have to rely on luck. Han Xiao shook his head and looked at the interface. Please choose one of the 3 talents below. Fire Affinity, plus 16% fire resistance, plus 10% fire ability affects advanced mental resilience, plus 35% mental resistance, charm, confusion, sensory deprivation, intimidation, fear, and other mind control skills have a lower mental resistance test difficulty, minus 30% duration cell engine, plus 21% energy recovery rate, plus 330 energy. Han Xiao already had a choice. Fire Affinity was suitable for the mage class, but it had a limited effect on him. Cell engine was not bad, but it was not as practical as advanced mental resilience. The talents with the prefix advanced were usually not bad. Coincidentally, the psychic class had some weaknesses against the armor of the mechanic class, so this talent could greatly increase his mental resistance. Furthermore, it could be used immediately. Thinking about it, Han Xiao suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did I become tanky again? Is there really no way to change the attributes of a meat shield? I want a Void Zone Grave Egg. After counting, he had received all the rewards. Although he did not get a mission completion card, he had gained quite a lot from this trip. He had gotten 2 talents, a character summon card that felt useless, and more than 2 million experience and 200,000 anus. It was a worthwhile trip. Chen Xing was looking at him with a smile, politely sending him off. He suppressed his impatience and wanted to do his own things after the mercenaries left. Han Xiao took the initiative to extend his hand. Since the mission is completed, we won't stay any longer. All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll look for you to work together again. Chen Xing smiled and held Han Xiao's hand. Suddenly, without any warning, his palm locked onto Chen Xing like an iron gate. Han Xiao exerted his strength and dragged Chen Xing, who was caught off guard, over. In the blink of an eye, the Void Dragon mech was attached to his body. First, it covered the helmet. Han Xiao leaned back slightly, and then fiercely headbutt Chen Xing. His armored forehead slammed into the corner of Chen Xing's eyes. Bang! Being suddenly attacked, Chen Xing saw stars from the collision. The mech was fully attached to his body. Han Xiao activated the various bonus modules of the Void Dragon. The electromagnetic pulse controller stimulated his body and entered the excited state. Together with the attribute bonus from the battle mode, his strength increased by more than 100 points. One hit was not enough. He followed it up with a fierce headbutt. The second hit caused Chen Xing to enter a temporary stun state. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, Han Xiao grabbed Chen Xing's head with both hands and released Void Jet. A gray shock wave burst forth from his palms. Boom! The shock wave spread and turned the luxurious hotel suite into a mess in an instant. It was as if a strong wind had swept through. What are you doing? Haluz, Sylvia, and the 3 Volga brothers were all shocked. Oh my God! A mercenary is attacking his employer. He was so harmonious just a second ago. Why did he suddenly attack? You? Chen Xing's resistance was not low. After taking 2 Void Jet attacks, he finally regained his senses. His eyes turned pure white, and a surge of psychic power pushed everyone away. He held his head, though, as an unbearable pain, and glared at Han Xiao. He bit his lips with a shocked and angry expression. He did not understand why Han Xiao suddenly attacked him, but did not stop him from feeling threatened. Chen Xing opened his mouth and channeled his psychic power into his voice. The sharp, high-pitched voice was like a spear that stabbed into everyone's brains, causing them to feel intense pain. Everyone's vision turned black. Their organs tightened and throbbed. They felt nauseous and nauseous. Their heads were dizzy. Sylvia was the most vulnerable. She held her head and felt a splitting headache. It was as if her brain was going to explode into blood the next moment. Han Xiao also felt intense pain. It was as if a file was scraping his brain. The advanced mental resilience that he had just obtained was immediately put to use. When he chose this talent, he had already planned to use it. It greatly reduced mental damage and negative effects, so it was just right to deal with psychics. After all, he knew Chen Xing very well. Enduring the pain, he pounced forward, and with a swift and heavy flying elbow, he cut through Chen Xing's hastily condensed psychic shield like a battle axe. With an ear-piercing sound of air exploding, his elbow landed heavily on Chen Xing's delicate face. Ha! Blood spurted out from his nose and mouth. Chen Xing covered his bloody mouth and retreated in panic. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Haluz, go and block the guards outside. The three brothers protect Sylvia. Don't come near. Han Xiao spoke very quickly, and his hands were not idle either. His fists, which were wrapped in armor, broke Chen Xing's shield time and time again, forcing him to retreat step by step. He did not have time to release any more psychic attacks, and he slowly approached the corner. What the hell is going on? Haluz was still in a daze. He clenched his teeth and decided to believe Han Xiao. There had to be a reason for him to do this. Bang, bang, bang. Haluz rushed out of the room. He swung his battleship-slicing blade and blocked the guards who had rushed over. The sounds of fighting were chaotic. You, get out. Open. Chen Xing screamed like a woman. Blood flowed out of his eyes. He used some kind of secret technique to stimulate his mind. His psychic power exploded, and the windows and walls in the room exploded. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Han Xiao was also pushed to the side. Chen Xing clenched his teeth and activated his psychic power. All the junk in the room floated into the air and gathered into a torrent, smashing toward Han Xiao continuously. It hit his chest, making it difficult for him to get close. At this time, Chen Xing's face was covered in blood. His beautiful clothes were covered in dust and blood. He was also in a very bad state. He had a concussion for being hammered by Han Xiao. He could not focus, and his psychic power was sluggish. The next second, Chen Xing grabbed the 4 statues on the ground with his psychic power. Like a thirsty person, he could not wait to put the statues on his forehead. A strange psychic rhythm floated in the air. In his vision, invisible to the naked eye, the psychic current in the statues was continuously absorbed by Chen Xing. His psychic power was revitalized and quickly strengthened. This was the effect of the statues on Chen Xing. The psychic current in them was a super tonic for him and could strengthen his psychic power. He could even use ritual items that were prayed to for a long time to strengthen his psychic power. This was a school of psychics, absorbing psychic currents to strengthen oneself. It was relatively rare, but the side effects were very strong. Usually, one would be attacked by the psychic current and damage one's mind. Seeing this, Orochio wanted to go forward and stop him. However, she found that Han Xiao, who was blocking the debris in the air, secretly made a hand gesture to her, indicating that she should not move. Orochio stopped and watched quietly. Originally, one had to be careful when absorbing the psychic current in the statues. When it involved the mind, one had to be careful. Otherwise, one's mind would be attacked by the countless thoughts. However, Chen Xing could not care so much now. God knew if this mercenary had gone crazy. He only knew that if he did not save himself, his life would be in danger. Huff, huff, huff. After absorbing the psychic current in the 4 statues, the statues fell to the ground one after another, losing all their uniqueness, leaving only their hard shells. After absorbing the huge psychic current, Chen Xing's eyes turned red. The terrifying psychic power rippled around him, distorting the air. His psychic power was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. His head no longer hurt, and his waist no longer ached. He had recovered to his peak state and even exceeded his limit. You actually beat me up like this. I, I will turn you into my silent slave. Chunxing wiped the blood from his mouth and nose. His tone was shrill, and he gritted his teeth. He was like a woman who had discovered that she was disfigured. The thick psychic power gathered, and he was about to unleash a full-force attack. At this moment, Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He suddenly activated Hela's character summon card, and the phantom of a red-haired woman appeared behind him. Whisper of the Dead causes 3 psychic attacks to the target. Damage depends on the user's INT or MYS attribute can be specified. Reduces the target's status by 15%. Lasts for 3 hours. Number of uses 2/8. Han Zhao's eyes shot out dark red energy, penetrating through the armor's eyes and shooting straight at Chunxing. Although he did not have any psychic attack skills, his INT was very high. 3 consecutive attacks were not bad. Chunxing's vision spun. His mind was heavily damaged, and he instantly lost control of his psychic power. This ball of psychic power exploded on its own before it could be released, and all the debris fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, and Chunxing's eyes turned blood red. This was not a skill that pushed him to the limit, but the capillaries in his eyes had exploded. A psychic's mental resistance should be very high, but Chunxing's mind seemed to be defenseless and was directly damaged. The state that he had just recovered suddenly fell to the bottom, or even worse. His thoughts were extremely slow, and his knees were weak. Chunxing knelt down, panting heavily. He grabbed a statue and could not believe it. You did something. NT. Chapter 438. Han Zhao's lips curled up. Before informing Chunxing, he had bought a type of mind poison from another planet and smeared it on the statue. This was a poison that specifically targeted the mind. Once the psychic energy released from the body came into contact with the poison, it would cause a backlash and damage. Furthermore, the psychic resistance would plummet. It was effective against psychic espers, mages, and psychics. Chunxing had already been injured, and he had sucked the statue dry in one breath. His mind had already become weak, and he had also been poisoned. With all these factors stacked together, his resistance had been greatly reduced. These 3 mental attacks had directly shattered his consciousness, causing him to suffer a severe backlash. Chunxing was a grade B, but psychics were more fragile. Han Zhao did not dare to use Flaming Will, fearing that he might be unlucky and kill Chunxing in an instant. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose as he fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Chunxing had basically lost all ability to resist. He stared at Han Zhao with an unwilling expression. In a trance, Chunxing's expression seemed to have become very calm for a moment, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like an illusion. Why did you attack me? Chunxing gritted his teeth. Did you accept the mission to assassinate me? Han Zhao did not answer. He grabbed Chunxing's hair and slammed him on the ground, knocking him unconscious. Explaining was the job of a villain. He was a decent person. Old Hermes, come back. Let's retreat. Thanks to you, I might be a little busy now. Halu's voice came from outside the door. He blocked wave after wave of guards and fought fiercely. Han Zhao grabbed Chunxing's clothes and threw him to the 3 Volga brothers. Then he faced the wall of the hotel with both hands and fired a full blast. Boom! The gray shockwave blasted through the wall. Bricks and steel bars flew everywhere, and the smell of dust filled the air. There was a large hole in the outer wall of the hotel. The outside was a few hundred meters above the ground, and more than 100 meters below, there was an endless stream of hovering cars. Han Zhao saw the opportunity and jumped, smashing through a hovering car. He looked more like a woman before, but now he looked like a pure man. He turned to look at Han Zhao and smiled calmly, not at all the angry look he had just now. Hello, I've been looking at you. Although you attacked me to kidnap me, I'm still very grateful that you gave me a chance to come out and take a breather. His voice was mellow and gentle, completely different from his usual feminine tone. He did not seem like the same person. You? Haluz was shocked. Chunxing, nodded with a gentle smile. Chapter 439. Is he pretending to have a split personality? Everyone had a weird expression on their faces. Is this person crazy? Han Xiao said in a deep voice, mind host. Hearing that, a look of surprise flashed across Fu Ding's eyes. He did not expect Han Xiao to be able to see through the truth. I didn't expect you to be able to tell. Fu Ding suddenly understood why Han Xiao had attacked him. It turned out that he had discovered Chun Xing's secret. However, he was immediately confused. Why would this mercenary named Black Star help him? They were not related at all, and mercenaries were not warm-hearted people who liked to meddle in other people's business. There had to be some ulterior motive. So it's mine host. The third Volga brother immediately explained to the others. He was also a psychic and knew about this secret technique. Just like how pugilists train their physique, psychics train their mind and soul. The strong could separate their soul and consciousness from their original body and host them in another life form's brain to obtain a second life. Normally, this technique would only be used when one's body was severely injured and there was no way out. That was because the separation process would cause irreversible damage to the soul. Furthermore, there was only a 3 in 1,000 chance of success. If it failed, the soul would collapse and one would die on the spot. Unless they had no other choice, most people would not be willing to give up their original body and replace it with someone else's. Chun Xing was an example. She was a woman, so how could she want to change into a man's body? Psychics would never choose someone with a stronger mind than them as their host. Once a mind host possessed a body, it would basically be able to take control of the body. The original owner's consciousness would be trapped in a cage. They would be able to sense the body's senses, but they would not be able to control the body. They would be like a bystander, like two personalities that knew of each other's existence. Chun Xing was severely injured, and her consciousness was very weak. She could only hide in her brain to recuperate. Therefore, Fu Ding naturally took over the body, and the bystander became Chun Xing. Han Xiao attacked because he wanted to see Fu Ding. Injuring Chun Xing's consciousness was the most direct way. He happened to have Hela's character summon card and could accurately deal with the mind. He did not need to injure Fu Ding's body to the brink of death, although his injuries were not light. The third brother of the Volga family explained the principle of spiritual possession, and everyone understood. No wonder Chun Xing behaved so femininely. She was originally a woman. Haluz asked curiously, "When were you taken in? You mean when was the last time I controlled my body?" Fu Ding shrugged. For years, 9 months, 14 days, 8 hours, and 23 minutes. Oh, it's 24 minutes now. About 5 years ago, Sylvia had already woken up. After hearing the conversation, she asked in surprise, "Isn't that the day Morning Star debuted?" "Yes. My hometown is in a remote star system in the Shattered Star Ring. I did not like the main planet that had been completely modified, so I took the initiative to move to a desolate semi-colonial planet to live. It was a place where the poor lived, and it was also a place of exile in the eyes of others. However, I felt that it was more lively than a city surrounded by steel. I lived in the wild, farming and hunting for a living. Everything was so harmonious. One day, a spaceship crashed into my family's vegetable field. There was a severely injured and unconscious woman sitting inside. She was Chun Xing. I saved her and bandaged her wounds, but her injuries were too severe. When she was on the verge of death, she snatched my body and used it to continue living. She even became a celebrity. That's the whole story." Fu Ding's tone was calm. He did not seem to be very angry about his body being stolen. 5 years had allowed him to get used to it, and the initial anger and resentment had been smoothed out. Han Xiao nodded in his mind. Although Chun Xing could not fight back at all, that was because her psychic power had been severely damaged when her soul was taken away. Her strength had once been extremely close to grade A, but because she had changed her body, her strength had plummeted, almost falling to grade C. Thus, she had to collect sacrificial items to recover her strength. Chun Xing was not a main character, but Fu Ding was. Furthermore, His luck was even stronger than a small main character like Aluz. His luck glow was obviously advanced. Having a strong person living in his mind for no reason was definitely the standard for a main character. However, this person was an old grandpa, while Fu Ding was a young lady. People were just different. Without Chen Xing, Fu Ding, who was like an old cadre with an idle personality, would definitely not take the initiative to discover his hidden talent. He would always be an ordinary person. Although Chen Xing had temporarily stolen his body, she had also brought him on an unknown journey. Otherwise, Fu Ding would never have discovered his boundless talent. His predicament was only temporary. Although Han Xiao did not know the exact time, Fu Ding had turned the tables and suppressed Chen Xing. Fu Ding's personal growth history could be derived from his body. The legend of a storyline singer. A main character with an advanced luck glow was very impressive. Fu Ding at his peak was on the same level as Hela. His voice penetrated the soul and did not need air to transmit his voice. It sounded directly in one's heart. Using his ethereal voice to wash away those angry, impetuous, and vengeful souls was like a misty wind passing through the forest or a droplet of water ruffling the surface of a lake. Everything was magnificent, but in the end, it would return to calmness, leaving behind only the peaceful joy of seeing tender grass stubbornly breaking through the soil. A song resolved an interstellar war that was about to break out. This was what Fu Ding was famous for. Furthermore, Fu Ding did not keep it to himself and openly taught his psychic skills. Psychic players could learn to use their psychic skills through singing from him and form a school. Fu Ding was equivalent to an advanced psychic teacher. When Han Xiao thought of this mission, he had already made a full plan. If he could get the mission completion card, then he would not provoke Chen Xing for the time being and advance first. However, if he could not get the mission completion card, then he would trigger this storyline. In his previous life, the players who were looking for the statue naturally did not know about Chen Xing's secret. It was a long time later that the players found out about this character's storyline. It was a pity that no one was able to trigger it at that time. Although Han Xiao did not know the result of triggering this storyline at this time, he decided to give it a try. He was not completely clueless. He had some understanding of Fu Ding's later behavior and personality, so he could roughly guess the process. He did not dare to say that he was 100% sure, but it would definitely be beneficial. I can help you control your body and expel the guest in your brain. Otherwise, when she recovers, your body will belong to her again, Han Xiao said. Fu Ding was indifferent. What do you want? I believe this is not free help. Chen Xing is very rich. You are her twin, so you must know her account password. I want her savings, Han Xiao said after thinking for a while. Chen Xing was indeed very rich and was a piece of fatty meat, but this was not Han Technician's main goal. However, he could not just say that he had taken a fancy to Fu Ding's potential. That would not win the other party's trust. Saying that he was after money was more convincing, and only then would Fu Ding lower his guard. After all, the body was still Fu Ding's. He would rather let Chen Xing control it than take the risk. Fu Ding immediately believed him. Mercenaries seeking money was a matter of course. Moreover, this was not considered kidnapping. Instead, it was helping a person who was being possessed. It did not violate the mercenary's contract. Fu Ding felt that this was a good idea. Although the money was earned by Chen Xing, she was using his body. He did not feel any psychological burden when squandering money. Sounds good, but if you want to get the money immediately, I'm afraid I can't help you. Pointing at his head, Fu Ding smiled bitterly. She just threatened me. If I touch her savings, she will take me down with her. So, before dealing with her problem, I can't afford to pay you. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. When he made this request, he had already guessed Chen Xing's possible reaction. This result was exactly what he wanted. He was secretly happy and nodded. Then you have to stay by my side. I can help you suppress Chen Xing's counterattack at any time until we find a way to completely get rid of her. Faiden paused and said, I hope not to harm her life. She had no choice but to host my body. She didn't use my body to mess around. In the past 5 years, Although she found me annoying and blocked my voice in her brain, I've seen her memories. She's also a pitiful person. If an ordinary person had their body snatched away, they would most likely want the host body to be annihilated. However, as a main character, Fiden's personality was clearly not ordinary. Everyone was surprised that he could still consider the Morning Star in such a situation. Okay, Han Xiao nodded. On the surface, he seemed to have a card up his sleeve. In reality, he did not know how to deal with spirit possession. No player had triggered this storyline before, so he could only figure it out himself. However, this did not prevent him from agreeing. Since we have reached a consensus, we need you to solve our current predicament. As long as you appear, our wanted list can be canceled. No problem. Fu Ding smiled gently. He looked at his bruised and swollen face in the mirror and said, "But I have to deal with the injuries on my face first. Otherwise, it won't be convincing at all." NT. Chapter 440. This morning, the famous singer Chen Xing was attacked on New Phylan Colony Planet number 8 in the Rain Star system of the Colton Star Cluster, and his whereabouts are still unknown. According to the witness report from the staff, the kidnapper is the Black Star Mercenary, a mercenary group with a good reputation in the Colton Star Cluster. They are also the field team of Floating Dragon Island. The specific details are unknown at the moment. Our station is actively communicating with the local police department and Changxing support team. Hover cars surrounded the hole in the hotel wall. Other than the security forces that sealed off the scene, there was also a large group of media reporters. Some of them were from the New Phylan Alliance, and some were from the galactic media. Like sharks that smell blood, they quickly arrived at the scene not long after the incident and fought to release the first-hand report. If it was just a normal kidnapping, the media would not be interested in it. However, it was different this time. The target of the kidnapping was a celebrity singer, and the incident took place in a busy city. The kidnappers were actually a famous mercenary group. These reporters were very sensitive to hot topics, and they immediately noticed that something was wrong. Other than reporting the incident, they also started to fabricate all kinds of rumors and speculate about the inside story. Assassination, mercenary love, and hate conflict property dispute anyway. The title and content were all aimed at sensationalizing the news. Chun Xing had many fans all over the Shattered Star Ring, and the news spread like wildfire. The local police were very busy. If a galactic celebrity got into trouble in their territory, the negative impact would be very serious if they did not handle it well. Furthermore, Chun Xing was a guest performing in a Unification Day celebration, so the New Phylan Alliance's reputation would be lost if something happened to him. The Central Security Department had already started to pay attention to this matter, and the local sheriff was under a lot of pressure. Just as the situation was brewing, no one expected that Chun Xing would come back on his own, and with him came the Black Star Mercenary. This development shocked the police and the media. As soon as Fu Ding returned, he was surrounded by countless people. Reporters asked him questions at once, and the police parted the crowd to protect him. On the other side, the hover car driven by Han Xiao and the others was also surrounded by police cars. After persuading Fu Ding, Han Xiao asked the eldest Volga to use a water-type healing spell to heal the wounds on Fu Ding's face. The effect was obvious. Although he was still a little haggard, Fu Ding had returned to the appearance of a handsome young man. Unlike Chun Xing's feminine and seductive appearance, when Fu Ding controlled his body, he exuded a kind of gentle aura from inside out, making people feel close to him and inexplicably like a warm man. Having already thought of the wording in advance, Fu Ding calmly dealt with the media. In the past, when he was trapped in his body, he watched Chun Xing's actions from the side. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. If it was 5 years ago, Fu Ding would not know so many things. Chun Xing's memories and experience of using his body were all things that Fu Ding had never experienced before, and they all became his experience. The police and reporters did not really believe the excuse that Fu Ding thought of, but since the person involved had personally come forward, the matter could only be left as it was. The local sheriff gave a warning and left immediately. The reporters all shook their heads and left dejectedly. The person in charge of the hotel came forward and asked Han Xiao to compensate for the damages caused by breaking the outer wall. This was a legitimate request, and Han Xiao did not reject it. He paid a small sum of money and sent the hotel people away. He also woke up the driver of the hover car and paid him 20 annas to repair the car. This was more than enough money. After dealing with these miscellaneous matters, it was finally quiet. Just as Han Xiao was about to walk toward Fu Ding, Chun Xing's manager blocked in front of Fu Ding and yelled, "Mercenaries are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Chun Xing did not belong to any entertainment group. She had built her own logistics team, and most of them were female. Her manager was a purple-skinned Duna with big eyes. She was a young girl who was smitten by Chun Xing and was willing to work for him. At this time, she was glaring at Han Xiao with anger burning in her eyes. Fu Ding coughed dryly and said, "I have something to announce. First, all the upcoming tours will be canceled. Clear my schedule." "Oh, okay." The manager could not care less about Han Xiao and hurriedly wrote it down. She turned around and saw Fu Ding staring at her. Her face turned purple with a tinge of red, and she was so embarrassed that she almost panicked. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Fu Ding. She did not even know where to put her hands. Seeing this, Han Xiao smirked and thought to himself, as expected of a main character, her charm attribute is really high. She already has her own charm. "Don't be nervous." Fu Ding smiled gently like a spring breeze. "Second, I want to temporarily stop performing and leave with these mercenaries." "What's so good about that?" The manager subconsciously wanted to agree, but she suddenly realized what was going on. Her expression changed drastically, and she looked at Han Xiao with anger and hatred in her eyes. "Sorry, I guess you guys will have to find another job." Fu Ding reached out and patted the manager's head. The manager, who was like a furious lion a second ago, immediately became obedient and cried. Next to him, his female assistants were also crying. They looked at Han Xiao with hostility, as if he was a love rival. When they turned to Fu Ding, they had an aggrieved expression and rushed forward to hug him. This scene was like a group of lovelorn people. However, they did not blame their ex-boyfriend. Instead, they forgave him and hugged each other in harmony. Han Xiao's cheeks twitched. If a handsome person could have a foot on several boats, then Fu Ding's potential was at least at the level of 100 boats. With high charm, one could really do whatever they wanted. "You awesome." "Brother, I have nothing to say." After disbanding the team and letting everyone pack up and leave, Fu Ding ignored Chun Xing's roar in his mind. He came in front of Han Xiao and spread his hands. "I'm free now. How are you going to help me?" Han Xiao was about to speak when the interface suddenly reminded him that he had received a new mission. "You have triggered a hidden mission. Mission introduction. You have discovered that Chun Xing is actually a spiritual host. You have met the original owner of the body, Fu Ding. He has decided to completely deal with Chun Xing in his mind. Your choice is crucial. Mission completion condition 1. Expel or kill Fu Ding's consciousness and let Chun Xing control the body. Condition 2. Expel or kill Chun Xing's consciousness and let Fu Ding control the body. Condition 3. Let Fu Ding and Chun Xing reach a settlement and take turns to control the body. Condition 4. Unknown note. As long as one of the conditions is fulfilled, the mission can be completed. The mission reward depends on the outcome. I can still help Chun Xing." Han Xiao was stunned. As he was familiar with Fu Ding's future, he did not think of this idea. In that case, Fu Ding's fate as a main character was in his hands. If he helped Chun Xing, he would have no future. That was interesting. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the mission requirements again. The fourth requirement was unknown. According to his experience, this kind of hidden requirement usually gave the most rewards. Then, other than helping either side and letting both sides reach a settlement, what better results could there be? No player had done this mission in his previous life. Han Xiao could only judge based on his many years of experience. The first two were simple and crude methods. The third requirement, however, required time for both sides to communicate. The only thing he could do was to let Fu Ding continue to control the body and create an environment where both of them could communicate harmoniously. Once Chun Xing regained control of the body, he would definitely cause trouble. Furthermore, he had chosen to complete the mission himself, deducing that the fourth requirement should take a longer time. Although he had just seen the mission, Han Xiao had already guessed a key point. Time was the difficulty. The longer he delayed, the more chances Chun Xing would have to try to seize control of the body. This was an unstable factor. Moreover, Fu Ding's consciousness had been preserved until now because Chun Xing had held back. Otherwise, she would have wiped out Fu Ding's consciousness long ago. Perhaps it was because Fu Ding had saved her before, so she felt guilty and did not kill him. However, if Chun Xing was forced into a corner, once she recovered, she might kill Fu Ding without caring about anything else. Thinking about it, the reward for the first condition should be very little. No matter who controlled the body, the problem would be solved, so there was no mission failure. After thinking about it, Han Xiao said to Fu Ding, "If you don't want to hurt Chun Xing, then I won't use destructive methods. I have a few ways to suppress Chun Xing. I have a psychic in my team. Although he is not very strong, it is because of this that he can weaken Chun Xing without severely injuring her, making her unable to recover. If you want to solve the problem completely without hurting her, I can only rely on you to negotiate with her. At most, I will prevent her from seizing control of the body and let you take control. However, this way, you can't leave our side. Otherwise, Chun Xing might succeed at any time." These words were also meant for Chun Xing to hear, to prevent her from doing anything desperate. "All right, I'll give it a try." Fu Ding nodded and smiled. He was very optimistic. "As long as I can control the body, it will be enough. Coincidentally, I learned the method to train my psychic power from her memories. If my mental power becomes strong enough, she won't be able to do anything to me." Hearing this, Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration. He could roughly guess what the fourth condition was. Chapter 441. Han Xiao could roughly guess the fourth condition. Separation was basically impossible, with a success rate of 3 out of 1,000. And with their strength plummeting once again, neither Fu Ding nor Chun Xing would be willing to take the risk. That left only the idea of reconciliation. And the fourth condition was definitely more perfect than the third condition, so it would definitely require more time. Han Xiao naturally liked the fourth condition with the most generous reward, but even if he did not look at the reward, letting Fu Ding develop like how he did in his previous life was also very beneficial to him. Now that Fu Ding had decided to follow the mercenary group, his identity was not as a member, but as an employer that needed help. However, this guy had potential, and if he could solve his problem, he could at least get a large portion of Chun Xing's savings. The amount was huge, and according to Fu Ding, it was in the tens of millions. This was the wealth that Chun Xing had accumulated over 5 years of acting. Of course, Han Xiao hoped that Fu Ding would become a member of the mercenary group. This was a win-win situation. But this idea was not easy to realize. With Fu Ding's personality, even after he was cured, he would not become a mercenary. He was following the mercenary group to solve his own problem. Although I have temporarily brought him into the group, he is still not considered comrade. He is only a client and will not help in battle. Han Xiao thought to himself, if I want to convince him to completely join us, I will need some time to prepare. Let's see how the mission selection goes first before we can take it one step at a time. With Fu Ding by his side, he had to watch over him at all times. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to get into danger. The third Volga brother was suitable for this job. Anyway, his battle strength was only SOSO, so he could do something else. The mission selection required time, and they could only wait for it to develop naturally. Fu Ding skillfully dealt with the follow-up problems and became a free man. Han Xiao did not want to stay for long, so he brought everyone to the dock and arrived at the parking area of the spaceship. The spaceship lowered its ramp, and everyone stepped on it. Han Xiao looked back and saw that Fu Ding was still on the ground, looking at the spaceship with a complicated expression. Han Xiao said, "Don't just stand there, let's go." "All right." Fu Ding slowly took a deep breath. This was the first time he had control of his body in 5 years. It had been a long time, and he missed this feeling very much. The noisy Qinxing in his mind quietened down and focused on healing his injuries, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Once he stepped on the spaceship in front of him, it would be another unknown journey. The difference was that this time, he was no longer a bystander, but a leader. As an idle person who hated the advancement of technology, Fu Ding felt like he was dreaming. 5 years ago, he would never have thought that he would one day become a famous singer in the galaxy. Not only did he have to follow a group of mercenaries, but he also had to try to train his telekinesis. Fu Ding sighed. In the past, he thought that he would live an ordinary life, living slowly in the wilderness, raising a pet as a companion, hunting when he was young, and if he did not die in the mouth of a wild beast, he would put down the hunting crossbow when he was older and only farm at home, accompanying every visitor at dusk. Perhaps one day, he would fall asleep by the fire and never wake up again. However, that spaceship was like a heavy hammer, shattering his plans for his life. It came so suddenly, and he was caught off guard. Although my current life is not what I want, Fu Ding said to himself, it seems quite interesting. Just as he was about to step on the ramp, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. A large group of people rushed over, shouting Qinxing's name. Puzzled, he looked over and saw that it was the group of media reporters. He did not know why they had followed him here. Thinking about it, Han Xiao understood. Yes, Qinxing's assistant team has been disbanded. Someone must have contacted the reporters. Just as he expected, Qinxing had given up his singing career and left with a group of mercenaries. Connecting this to the suspected kidnapping incident not long ago, this group of reporters smelled something interesting. They hurriedly turned around and chased after him like crazy. "Qinxing, may I know why you are doing this? Are you being coerced? Don't worry and tell us. Don't worry about anyone harming you. We will protect you." These reporters were talking at once, surrounding Fu Ding and almost trying to move him away. Fu Ding squeezed out of the crowd with difficulty and waved his hand repeatedly. "This is my own decision. I have other things to do." As he spoke, he hurriedly rushed up the ramp. Han Xiao turned sideways and let him in. How could the reporters let Qinxing go? They also squeezed up the ramp, wanting to rush into the spaceship without caring about anything. They reached out and tried to push Han Xiao. Bang! A ring of energy burst forth. The reporters on the ramp were all pushed away and rolled down. They grimaced in pain and stood up with difficulty. However, they did not dare to move forward. Only then did they remember that the person in front of them was a dangerous mercenary. Han Xiao was expressionless. He clapped his hands and closed the hatch. The spaceship rumbled and left the colonial planet. Outside the window was the dark universe. The spaceship moved slowly. In the hall, Fu Ding sat in the middle of the crowd. The third Volga brother pressed on the back of Fu Ding's head, and rings of invisible psychic waves rippled out from his forehead. He only let go after a while. "I found Qinxing. She's very weak and can't resist my invasion. I've set up 4 layers of mental barriers, trapping her within. I've also hypnotized her consciousness and slowed down her thinking speed, which is equivalent to lowering her recovery ability. Within 15 days, she won't be able to cause any trouble." Fu Ding nodded. "She is scolding me, so the effect should be quite good." He turned around and smiled at the third Volga brother. It was like warm sunlight, radiating charm without restraint. He said politely, "Thank you for your help." It's okay." The third Volga brother's face turned red for some reason. Han Xiao sat in the middle of the sofa. On his left was Erosia, and on his right was Sylvia. He said in a deep voice, "External forces are ultimately not stable. You should make yourself stronger." "I know." Fu Ding shrugged and looked at a decoration on the table. A small amount of psychic power surged out, and the decoration floated in the air. "Actually, I have already awakened my psychic power on the way here." Plop! Sylvia fell to the ground. She hurriedly got up with a shocked expression. So fast? Faiden chuckled. Chun Xing's memories have a full set of telekinesis training methods, and I can feel the feeling of her telekinesis training. It's very simple to follow. It seems that my talent is not bad. Back then, she took 3 days to awaken her telekinesis, and I only took a few hours. By the way, when she was healing herself, I could more or less snatch some telekinesis from her. I share a body with her, and don't reject each other. Chun Xing's memories were a huge treasure, and all the accumulation was shared with Fu Ding. It was as if Fu Ding had already practiced it once, and there was no need for him to take any detours. Coupled with his strong talent and the fact that he was a twin, only Fu Ding did not know how crazy his growth speed was. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. As expected of a high-level main character halo, Chun Xing, this old grandpa, was too dedicated. Sylvia wanted to cry, but had no tears. Comparisons are odious. I want to become a super, but not only do I have to memorize books every day, I also have to be electrocuted. What kind of luck is this? I really want to stab you to death with a spear. Halu snorted, but he did not like Fu Ding. He turned to Han Xiao and asked, "Where are we going now?" Han Xiao tapped his forehead and said, "Let me think." He did not get a mission completion card this time, but Han Xiao was not prepared to give up. This was only the first time, and he might get one the next time. Compared to risking his life to fight Grade A, although the random reward depended on luck, it was much safer. Promotion is the most important goal now. Level 100 is the threshold for a race evolution, and the increase is huge. Strength is the most important thing, and everything else has to be put aside. There is still more than a year before the version update, so there is still plenty of time. I have to find a familiar mission to get a random reward. Luckily, the mission list I made has many options. I don't believe that with so many chances, I will never get a mission completion card. Han Xiao thought to himself. After thinking for a while, he chose the mission closest to him. Just as he was about to change the destination with the autopilot system, Aroshia, who had been silent most of the time, suddenly spoke. There was a rare hesitation in her tone, and she spoke more than usual. Over the past few days, I have felt a shackle that is restricting my Esper ability from becoming stronger. It seems to be the Grey-B bottleneck you mentioned. I have a feeling that as long as I cross it, my Esper ability will become much stronger. However, this bottleneck is not as strong as you said. I should be able to break through it at any time. Aroshia paused. Also, I have been dreaming over the past few days. I saw many blurry images in my dreams, and they gave me a sense of déjà vu. However, after I woke up, I could not remember most of them. Do you think those are the memories that I have lost? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.